I see if that works. That is technology, man. It's ass. You know what I do? You know how I fix this with OBS? I recopy and paste the same stream key that's already in there. And somehow it works. I don't the hell that's about. All right, really though, guys. If there's anyone in here that wants to join our fire team tomorrow for the campaign and throughout this week inside of Renegades, and you're a returner, we welcome you to our fire team. I think that's something we haven't done before, but something we really need to do. And take this as an opportunity for everyone here to help your fellow Guardian. I really wanted to do something differently with this expansion. I could play with the same old people, but that's, what does that accomplish, right? That's in a vacuum. I think opening up the fire team and actually having this experience together, it's going to be a great opportunity for us. So if you're a returner and would like to join our Discord today, please give it one of the mods. They'll put you in general, and then I'm going to pull you up, and we're just going to chat a little bit. I just want to ask you a few questions. And I just want to make sure that we could game together well. GTFO, you're only doing it because it benefits you. You think 15% more XP is a benefit? In the grand scheme of things, is that the thing I'm going to remember on my deathbed? No. But I will remember this relationship. The time you and I have together. The bonding experience that we will share. That's the thing that I hope you remember too. The XP is just, nah, that's just whatever. That's the little additional something. I don't know. What's a returner cross? Essentially, if you've quit this game for various reasons, you now have a buff called a returner's buff. What that means is when you play Renegades, you're going to have better XP, better drops, better bitches, better money, better everything, better pizza. Listen, it's a good buff to have. And guess what? It doesn't go away. For the next 6 months, you keep that buff. And then anyone you happen to be in the fire team with also shares in this buff. See what I'm saying? Higher than the streamer buff? Way better than the streamer buff. Way better. Word. So, where are my people at in here that quit this game? Many of you come in here all the time and tell me how you quit. You're doing this for monetary gains? What is monetary in what way? Spiritual gains, perhaps. Monetary, no. You guys act like you can't be friends with a fellow Guardian or help a newcomer into the game without it benefiting oneself. That is just cruel and wrong. Come on, Chad, be better than that. Be better. Do I have any returners in the stream though? Me? It's Skinny. Could you join my Discord? I need to get a screenshot to know if you were in fact a returner. Also, I need to know what is your availability from the hours of 9 a.m. Eastern to 6 p.m. at night, 6 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday through Friday. Mods, I need you to facilitate this. I need a list of returners sitting in my Discord that I can interview. If you can handle that, that would be fantastic. And look, by the way, if any returners pop in here, mods, you could probably pull some of them as well. What counts for returner? If you have not played the game since Edge of Fate, you should have a buff called returner. Something tells me this shit's going to be bugged. Is there any way for people to see? Oh yeah, level 30. You have to be level 30 or below. I don't know if I'm going to return. Arc Raiders is funneling my balls. That's fine, man. Yeah. That's fine. If you're not a returner, you know, it doesn't really matter, but... What if you delete a character? I don't think that's how that works. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sorry, Cross. Warframe is the shit. That's fine, buddy. Warframe is very good. I'll be back over there soon. Look, I like Destiny. I do. But man, Warframe and Soulframe be doing some good stuff, brother. I mean, all right. Oh, shit. Warframe is builds and ad clear. Oh no, that's heaven. All right, mods, are you getting me some returners? I need returners. Everybody, returner. Are you a returner? Are you level 30? Have you not played this game in 6 months? Do you think this game is shit? Don't worry. We're going to take you through Renegades. Mods, give me. I'm a returner. Give me a list of returners in here. Are you available tomorrow and throughout this week? I'm season pass level 40. Okay. Damn, brother. Is it season pass or is it level? If you return it as a place in Edge of Fate, under rank 30. Is it rank 30 on the season pass? Oh, season pass. It's season pass. Okay. Mr. Valak with the 10 months, Radio with the sub, Warlock with the sub, History with the sub, Vicious with the sub, Iron Spider with the sub. Thank you so much, guys. Is that how you get Icebreaker? It is. That it is, man. Season pass level 105. I'm a light level 380. I'm not a good candidate. No, you're not. How dare you play this game? Sumachi with the 35. Thank you. Cobra is trying to get in touch with the returner. Guys, the reason why we're trying to get a returner right now is so that you can join our fire team. We're going to play Renegades together. You don't even have to talk to me though. You don't even have to, you know what I'm saying? If you just want to just chill, hang out, go at your own speed, that's fine too. We would just like to bond with you in a non-intrusive kind of way. Come on, Dick. Partnership with the 5 months. Thank you so much. Les, are you in this stream right now? Les, I need you to facilitate getting a returner in our squad.
It's returning to the anomaly.
Les, we need a returner. I've completed 2 raids, but stopped after final shape. Yeah, you don't have to be good at the game, brother. I mean, you know, that's nice, but... Dana with the 13 months. This is a low in for you. What are you talking about? This is a low. How? What? I don't understand. What do you mean low? I wish I had a fucking timer or something. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot fucking easier. Maybe there is a timer. I haven't seen it. Just cheese it, bro. Come on. No. I got a couple names for you. Could you tell them to join the Discord, Cobra? Good stuff. Good stuff. Did your son's bounties too? Man, you're a good dad. I'm looking for one. Oh.
In the lower staff.
Melee. Glaive is melee. Sword is weapon. That dude in my back, man. My fucking back's hurting him. Yeah. I'll send it in the VC so you can pull that chat individually. Yeah, you just put them in general. Why are we doing Vespers? Oh, man, just some practice. We have a new dungeon coming up. Really, I need to go do Thunder. This is just this is a good one to do for, I don't know, man. I think Bungie's going to give us another, the floor is lava mechanic again. I really like this dungeon. Level 30 for return is pretty low. I wish they told us earlier. I've only been playing a week and I'm already level 50 on the reward pass from all the XP. Yeah, man. It's actually going to be kind of difficult to find a returner. I don't think, because most people, like if you're paying attention to a Vidog or something like that, that's a good chance you played enough to have leveled up. Yo, can this guy chill? I'm scared. Damn, bro, I'm level 31.
It's returning to the anomaly.
Bungie hasn't disclosed how much XP returners are going to give to the Fireteam, have they? Where is thy fucking orb right now? What the fuck? All right, that's enough. That was terrible, dude. I didn't get the fucking melee off. Pick up my melee stat, like. Oh, that's not helping me. Oh, fuck me, dude. Can't get a goddamn two-face worth of fuck right here. Man, and like this should be so, like, this should be free. This should be free. Need more darkness regeneration. Yeah, what's my fragment here? Radiant. Yo, I need melee regeneration though. Ah, that's still good. Ah, that's where I'm fucking up too. Are tier weapons resetting tomorrow? No. No, there's no reset. Also, redo your artifact mod to benefit more. In what way? I'm not really making any element of pickups. What artifact mod? That's not a fucking answer. Be more specific with your feedback. I said it. Say it again. What's his name? What are you talking about? Is that a Flight of Conquest reference? No, it is. Oh shit, not what I wanted, brother. Not what I wanted. We ride though, we ride now. Did he say what artifact one? This falls? No. Corbin, let me know if there's anybody in the text chat or in the voice chat. I'll pull them up. We just need a guarantee that they are in fact returners.
Renegades hide.
What qualifies as a returner? Rank 30 for reclamation or ash and iron to the best? I actually have no idea. What did the twab say?
It's returning to the anomaly.
For radiant fever and chill and radiant shrapnel because you said radiant. Dealing sustained weapon damage while radiant or defeating a scorched combatant with a weapon causes the target to release solar projectiles that deal damage to scorch on impact. I should be going radiant. All right, let's take our first interview. Bajoran, what's happening, man?
Hello, hello.
Are you a returner?
I believe so. I was rank 4 in Ash and Iron, and I'm not planning on logging it.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, just kind of fill things out a little bit.
Yeah.
How? What was the first skill in RuneScape to go to 120?
I never 120'd anything in RuneScape.
Yeah! Powered by Geico. Are you a returner?
Well, I got a question.
What's your question?
You mentioned that there was a returnal XP. We were supposed to get that like now or like after the update, because I don't see nothing.
I'm not sure. I think it's gonna be afterwards.
Okay, because then honestly I don't see that, because I stopped playing in September back in Ash and Iron. I honestly didn't like it. It was just the same thing over and over. And then I came back Thursday. So I don't know if you count that as a return or not. And right now I'm 500. I've been grinding to be at least 510, 515 just to the DLC, but I don't know if you can count that or not. If not, then the homie right here is low level, so he can take it.
Okay. Well, Power, we may consider you. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions just to see if you would be a good fit for us. What city in RuneScape could you buy shields from?
I'm not gonna lie. I started playing that game back in July. Lambreth? That's the only name that I can think of.
Yeah! Hello?
Hello?
Are you a returner?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. What should I call you, my man?
Just call me Myth.
Myth?
Call me Myth. Yeah.
Myth. What is your availability this week?
Well, it depends, Cross. It depends. You know?
Yeah!
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm free.
Okay. And you have not played.
Mate, let me tell you, okay? I love Destiny. Alright, I love it with a passion. It got me into games development. Like, I wanted to be working for Bungie at the time. But Edge of Fate was like the thing that got me to like, okay, I'm gonna step back and just watch from the sidelines. I'm just praying Renegades is good.
All right. And your availability is pretty good this week?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And you are not above rank 30 on your season pass?
I'm level 15 in the season pass.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question. And if you pass it, you shall be on the squad. What was considered the hardest free-to-play quest in RuneScape?
I never played RuneScape Cross.
Yeah! Cobra, send me more. What the fuck, man? Chat, this is called tryouts for a reason. Returner tryouts. No more RuneScape questions? Then I don't want you on my team. Hold up. If you can't answer these simple questions, what's gonna happen when our back is up against the wall and Sabbathic is going balls deep in us? What's gonna happen? You're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to dig deep. And if I know you came from RuneScape, then I know you're ready. I know you're ready. And these are very easy questions from RuneScape. All right. First skill to go to 120, Dungeoneering. What's the city that sells kite shields inside of RuneScape from an NPC vendor? Valador. Hardest free-to-play quest, Dragon Slayer. Come on, guys. Come on. Now, let me just say this, though. To the three gents that just joined us, they sound fantastic. I think all of them go. Who was the first guy that was with us? Who was our first guy? It was me, Bajorn. All right, let me just say, all three of those guys sound fantastic. Cobra, get with them. I think all three of them could actually be just fine. If they're not running with us, I want them in our clan. I want all three of those guys in our clan. I want Geico, Myth, and Bajorn in the clan. I don't even care if we have to boot people. Obviously, start from the lowest pay to win on the spectrum, right? Don't boot the highs. But get those gentlemen in the clan, and that way we can get them pulled, okay? This is why I play the game solo. Oh my god. Really? Really? Why? Why? Hold on. No. You tell me why. Fearless, you tell me why. Why do you play this game solo? But look, Destiny players, y'all being too soft. When you're in Arc Raiders and you're crawling on the ground and a guy that just killed you is about to finish you off and you're having to beg for your life, listen. It's not that deep. It's fine. It's still a game. Still a video game. We're good. We have two more in general. I would say to the people you're adding into general. Tony?
Hey, how's it going?
Are you a returner?
I am.
Really? You haven't played the game?
I'm a rank 7, didn't play it last season at all. I just log in to get the bright dust.
Okay. Well,
And I'm
Tony,
already in the clan.
you're already in the clan.
Yeah.
Look, what I will say, chat, if you're in our clan right now, you need to keep up with this name. This is Simple Tony. Keep up with these names. Everyone, share the returners. Don't put 3 returners on the same team. That makes no sense. Spread the returners out. All right? We want 1 returner per fire team. Better loot, better XP. Okay? I don't want to see. So Tony, if we game together, great. If not, no big deal. But we're gonna have you in the clan, and then we're just gonna probably, whether I pull you in or someone else pulls you in, we need to take advantage of your boon.
Yeah, I just need to get the game again. Need to buy the expansion, so.
Tony, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What bow did you unlock in RuneScape at level 70 range?
You might as well just boot me now, because I don't know.
Yeah! That's fine. He's in the clan. He's in the clan. Chris above. Good job. Good job, class. Well done. Cross, you're living in a lonely world, my guy. What? At this point, it's just rage baiting. It's not. What's happening, guys?
How you doing?
Oh, what's happening?
Are you all returners?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I want you to get with Cobra, the guy who got you originally in the Discord. He will add you to the clan, and that way we can all benefit from this operation. I would, all I ask is that you spread your returner love to everybody if you possibly can. Hit up a fire team or 2. Don't triple stack or double stack. That way everybody's getting a little bit of returner benefit on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds
Yes,
good.
sounds good.
We're gonna add you to the clan. I'm just gonna grab somebody in the morning, and so whoever's on, we'll just pull you guys, okay? But I'll probably also just put into the clan chat, just be like, hey, who here is a returner, and just because I know people's names inside of the game are different than what's here on Discord. So feel free to just be like, yo, that's me. But I will say this, just make sure tomorrow when y'all log in, just double check. There should be a boon under your character that says returner. But I would just verify to make sure that's actually there.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
GG's, guys. Thank y'all so much for joining.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That's it. Cobra, I think we've hit our cap. I don't know if we can get anybody else in here. Is he recruiting employees? No, we're recruiting returners, guys. Something that we really wanted to do this season is help new players get into the game. I've been a big advocate for so long for this. I want to play with people that may have given up on Destiny. And I think this expansion is better than any expansion to have this experience. If you haven't played in 6 months, if you haven't played in years, I want you on our squad. I want you in our clan. We have many spots available. We will make more spots if necessary. Cobra, let's get them in the clan. All that I ask is returners be available between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. every day for the next 3 weeks. Y'all can pick shifts. You don't have to all be available at once. We'll spread it out. You know what I mean? We'll spread it out. I would also tell you guys that are in the clan, help your fellow returner out, okay? These are wonderful, beautiful people. Help them out. Bring them through the content. Not too fast. Teach them. I want
the benefits.
I want returners to look at the Yah clan here and be like, wow, what a wonderful time. I had such a great time in that clan. That was such a good time. The players were so nice. Everybody was very welcoming. I learned a lot. Perfect, Tony. Perfect. Is it okay if I'm power 340 if I'm able to join as a returner? I don't think so. I think that's too high, huh? Reason I left is because I had nobody to play with. I'm hitting level 31, just hits hard now. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. Guys, it's not that you don't matter if you're above level 30, you know?
Well.
Just
I'll come back if my clan spot got saved.
Clone. Maybe. I don't even know if you're in the clan anymore, Clone. Clone, you gotta talk to the people running the clan. I'm not sure. Cloniverse, thank you for the 40 months. Disclaimer, once the boon runs out, he's letting y'all go. Disclaimer, the returner buff never runs out and won't run out for 6 months. 6 months, guys. From Renegades all the way into the next expansion, the returner buff stays. Returners will earn more XP, which will also give their teammates more XP and earn extra Ingrams. So it runs out. I mean, that's practically fucking forever. You know what I mean? I remember the 6 months. That's, you know, that's an eternity. We don't even know if we're even going to make it to the next expansion. Okay, everybody? So this may be the last, you know, the last ride. I mean, I'm just saying. Bro, why did I even play this last year? Fucking hell. Silent Focus. You were an incredible playtester. The data that Bungie got from your dissatisfaction will pave the way for something. We don't know, but for something. I got booted from the clan even though I play every day. Pay to win. No one is safe, Clone. Stellar, looking at your name, there is no sub badge. And yes, it is a pay to win clan. I'm sorry, guys. I don't make the rules. There are people above me here making these rules. And I will say this. I'll do everything I can. I'm advocating day and night, trying to bring down these prerequisites. But my hands are tied. There's only so much I can do. But I'll keep trying. In the meantime, pay to win gets access to the clan. Returners also gets access to the clan. Esther with a sub. Thank you so much. Bitch, please. I've been trying to get in a clan pay to win for fucking ages. Hey, look. We need to also acknowledge the real enemy in the room on this. Clan roster size. Can we just acknowledge that? The fact that Bungie is making us decide, you know, which 100 people we want to have in it. You know what I'm saying? Pump them numbers up. 500 minimum. That would make this so much easier. And then allow us, then allow us to do some clan activities, some clan wars, some clan rankings, things like that. Haven't killed it with the 9 months. Robot hot sauce. Thank you for the sub as well. Even if the cap was raid, you wouldn't put me in the clan? I would, Ratchet. I would. I'm trying, fellas. Obviously, the clan could be ran a little bit better. I won't lie to you. Can you make me clan admin so I can get these returners in? Sure, Cobra. Cobra, if I remember correctly, we removed you from clan admin for something. I don't know. But whatever that something was, could you just make sure that we don't have that issue again? Whatever that is. I can't remember what it was. What was the reason? All right, hold on. Let me go to my clan here. Clan. Oh, Jesus. How do I even do stuff here? All right. All right, Cobra, I'm going to find you real quick. Wait, how do I? Settings. All right. Invitations and manage. Oh. I wish we could do all this shit in game. That would make this so much better. You can? I can make someone an admin in the game? Really? Where? Are you guys fucking lying? From the clan page. I don't see it as an option. I don't see it as an option. The browser clan page. Motherfuckers, you said in game. Hold on. Damn it, dude. I think Mont is the founder now. Yeah, I gave the clan to Mont. Cobra, tell Mont he's got to make you an admin. I'm no longer the clan leader anymore. I'll get mod on it. Sounds good, bud. Sounds good. What kind of hierarchy is this? Guys, I never wanted to be the leader, you know? I felt like you can't connect with your clan like that. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be on the ground level with them. Am I the youngest child? Why are you asking me this, huh? Who the fuck are you? And what my number? Was it 4? What's my number? God damn it, dude. I gotta click and distract it. 3? Was it 3? Something tells me it was 3. Yeah. I believe. Hell yeah. Oh. Well, look, if you're in our clan, share the returners. Don't be hogging them and treat them good. I don't want to hear no bullshit. Somebody was being abused. You better make them returners feel welcome. If you do not, you're out of the clan. I want every returner to feel at home, at peace. Don't exploit them. If they feel like, you know, if they're just trying to game and chill, let them chill. They're literally being exploited as returners. It is a mutually beneficial relationship here. No, but for real, y'all treat them right, okay? Are you gonna exploit them for XP? You mean exploit them for friendship? Perhaps, maybe I am guilty of that. God forbid I try to socialize with my fellow guardian. We're not doing any giveaways today. We are doing giveaways tomorrow during Renegades. If you're here for a code for Renegades, that will not be given out until tomorrow. Jared will be handling thy giveaways. Do not try to bribe Jared. You abandoned the Virgin Clan? Oh, I enjoyed my time with them. It's going dark. It's going. What the fuck, Jacob? Daddy, Diddy. What a name, dude. Kaylin with the sub, thank you so much.
It's returning to the anomaly.
Oh my god, dude, this is the second time I've fallen off. I had no fucking melee cross. You don't pay the fuck attention. Holy shit, right now. We're coming the second time. Fucking second time. Fuck me. And Taya's with the 19 months. Thank you so much. You just won me for my XP, not my personality. Fuck, man, that's so good. Because Renegades come out tomorrow and does. 4.
That thing is in the lower stack.
Is the game going down tomorrow? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, in the morning. You're gonna have a pretty. I don't know how lengthy the maintenance is gonna be, but I would assume a pretty lengthy one. And I would also I would just forewarn everybody here, like, this is Destiny here. Gonna be some bugs. I wouldn't be surprised. We have some server issues. A couple boots here and there. Probably something's gonna break. Something's gonna break. And maybe multiple things are gonna break. I mean, Edge of Fate was good, wasn't it? Fuck no. Come on, but servers were alright. I'm talking about all the other bugs. And what I'm saying is, there may be some things that are just not working the way they're supposed to be working. Servers were good though, yeah. Right, Yuri? Thank you for the 33, my man. Or the 23. Almost 2 years, brother. Literally every game has bugs nowadays. Some definitely worse than others for sure. Yeah, but Bungie even acknowledged themselves. Like,
It's returning to
things
the
are getting
anomaly.
pushed out like very, very fast, and that results in things breaking. So, although I do agree where you're coming from, you know, it still shouldn't be just like, oh, things are gonna be half the fucking game's gonna be broken. But that's all right. It's just how games are. You know what I mean? Realize I have no ammo, dude, and I've got no melees. Oh my god, man, that's terrible. Should I save prismatic? I mean, I shouldn't save prismatic. Let me use the restroom. Man, we even had like Radiant in that thing. I don't know how long we had Radiant up, actually. I'm not getting Prismatic back. How long was my radiant buff? Food or drink? No. It's 6 seconds. So, although I do like the surges, we need fucking ammo, man. I need ammo. Oh. Oh, good. Oh. Fuck yeah. Oh. Hallelujah. What? I've been rocking Ashes to assets this entire fucking time. Donor with the 5 gifted subs. Chat, for the love of God, I need to see some eggplants right now. Why the grenade mods on the helmets? I know. I fucking. They look kind of the same. Donor, thank you so much, my man. Chat, drop some love for this gent. Fuck me, dude. All right, I'm gonna try to make some special. Here's what we're gonna do this run. We're not gonna try to go for the 2-face. Let's just accept it. We're just a 3-face guardian, okay? Let's move on with our lives. This is why you're not the clan founder. I should just go for the slow and steady 3-face. That's Five, four. What's on there?
That thing is in the lumber stacks.
Oh, that regen is so nice. I watched a little bit of it, yeah. We need to watch. There's a video today we need to watch, actually, that I wanted to. You guys may have already seen it. I'll pull it up. Probably in a little bit. Check out that Destiny Rising Jaren trailer. Was this build battles? No. No, guys, we're going into dungeon territory. I'm just fucking knocking a lot of rust off. I really don't even need to be playing with these builds because this shit's about to be obsolete probably. I'm not saying it's not going to be good, but I think there's going to be so much spicy stuff inside of Renegades. What's happening, Liv?
It's returning to the anomaly.
Damn, that does so much fucking damage, dude. Does concussive damn near help with that? It literally walked right on top of it, though. Plus, you colorblind? It blends, man. Thank you, Cobra. The damage out transcendence. I'm gonna try to save it to the next phase. Both. You don't gotta bam with that. Both. You actually have to do both. Fuck, what was the number? Was it 3? Was it 3, chat? God damn it. Y'all don't motherfucking distract me. The hell's happening over here? Rizzo with the 12 months. Thank you so much. Why am I doing this? Do I need a reason? Happened to your brain when you used it for more than use a glade more than an hour? Look at that. Look at that fucking base. You see that shit? See how the other one was little? Cross, can we get a bigger tree this year? What's wrong with the tree? Can it grow bigger every year? A perfectly good tree. Can we get snow? What are you? No! It's Florida. It doesn't snow here.
It's returning to the anomaly.
fuckers make a decision. God damn it. I gotta get off this platform, dude. I fucking, oh my god, dude. I'm so fucking done with this goddamn thing. Alright, eggplant bets. Will I beat it this time? Why are we doing this? Because I think that there is a very high probability that the floor's lava mechanic will make a return. In this next dungeon. I don't know. Okay, I'm basing this off of literally nothing. But with them buffing Ursa and other things, what is one way you're going to be able to counter folks just sitting behind the Ursa Furiosa? The floor is lava. A pretty damn good counter. All right, cool.
That tree is in the lower stack.
Renegade in no possible way is worse as Edit Fates. I don't think it will be, but I mean, how bad was Edge of Fate? Are we saying Edge of Fate is Curse of Osiris level bad? The numbers definitely don't help this case, but do y'all remember how bad the campaign was for Curse of Osiris? Guys, to me, that's off. I think what really drug down Edge of Fate was Ash and Iron. New trailer? We have a new trailer. Mods, collect that trailer.
It's returning to the anomaly.
I mean, until we have a trailer. Not Destiny Rising. I'm talking about Destiny. Dude. Just never gonna get the two-phase, dude. Man, I gotta really be pumping it. I don't. By the way, one thing I noticed too. Finality's AUG was targeting the other ads. I think Anarchy may have been the better choice. Y'all see that though? Like in the middle of damage phase, I looked up and noticed that Finality was just like tagging some random ads. Yeah, mark her first. But I think the marking go away when she moves. Anarchy needs a catalyst. Cause she like TPs. About parasites? I know we're using the raid, but one. Cinematic trailer's nothing new. Is there a new trailer today, though? Did Bungie post a new trailer today? Oh my God. Here. Okay. Then I need to take a look at it. We need to take a look at it. I thought you guys said it was a Destiny Rising trailer. It's 1 minute long. That's all we need, fellas. That's all we need. Is he doing a 3-phase? I guess I have to, man. I tried, boys. I tried. Maybe the next sandbox I can get the 2. Like with the next group of artifact mods, I can get the 2-phase. Cross, I'm such a big fan that I've chosen to wait on my tow truck to save me from the side of I-40 and watch you while I do it. Love my life right now. Let's go, man. Let's go. Be careful. Let's go.
It's returning to the anomaly.
Ammo here? Nope. Nope. Lots of heavy. So much heavy. I need to just start using heavy in here. Dude, how does the entire platform get that fucking lit up, dude? How? There was nothing. I looked all around, man. I didn't see shit. All right, let me take a look at this trailer. Why not use Transcendence? Save it for the next phase, the second phase. Yeah, paid out. All right. Guys, we have a new trailer here. Destiny 2 Renegades cinematic trailer. Okay. I gotta wait for this shit to get off the screen, man.
Show me. Let me see how you see. I see hope, shrouded in the dark. I see the seeds of extinction, adamant, undeniable. I see my shadow, a pretender.
A pretender?
And me, your weapon, your dredgen.
Lightsaber noise? Yes. Yes. Hold on. Let me turn on these captions real quick. Hold up. Very Star Wars. Very Star Wars.
Show me. Let me see
Obviously, Drifter right here. Okay.
how you see.
Let me see how you see. Is that what he said? Dude,
I
man.
see hope, shrouded in the dark. I see the seeds of extinction, adamant, undeniable. I see my shadow, a pretender. And me, your weapon, your dredgen.
All right. That's Dredgen Bell, of course. The bad guy for this next expansion. This right here, like just listening to the music and the sounds and everything, this feels like the most Star Wars about this next expansion more than anything, right? The Cabal clone troopers, if you will, and then of course the lightsaber noises and everything. But you know, I'm actually really curious if this ends up being like a true success. Like if this works in Bungie's favor and it turns out themed collaborations, and like I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but if it turns out this has been, you know, a very good expansion, the numbers are good, what other themes would we ever want? I'd stop playing like Fortnite. I definitely wouldn't want it to become a regular thing, but I'm just throwing it out here because this may bang. It may bang. No, just keep doing Star Wars. I think we're going too sci-fi with it, guys. I know Star Wars is sci-fi and Destiny sci-fi. Why not a Witcher collab? And I know we've got the armor sets, but like a straight up, in some way you can even say like there's inspiration from Warlord's Ruin from Witcher. But like go the other direction. What if we went that fantasy RPG direction and blended it? It's kind of what like Shaxx is. Totally different worlds. Tell me Warlord's Ruin does not feel like a dungeon. Not, by the way, hold on. When you say totally different worlds, what does Dreaming City feel like to you? What does Warlord's Ruin feel like to you? Okay? I would fuck with like a Dark Soul collab. That's actually, you know what I mean? A Souls-like crossover where it's like that I just feel like, Destiny is at its best. Yes, we have the sci-fi elements, but the fantasy elements, man, more fantasy thrown in there. There's a reason why people Love places like the Dreaming City. How about just be original? Again, this is not what I want to become the norm. I don't want it to become like Fortnite, where it's like every expansion we get is a new collab that's themed here. And Star Wars is a really big deal. It really is, man. They got a lot of money, a lot of backing there. And so, and you can see even the parallels with their own characters and Star Wars characters that well, Bungie's been able to make it work so far. Hopefully that delivery carries on when we play the campaign tomorrow. But I don't ever want these type of themed expansions to become a regular thing. But I can't help but just think about a world in which we could blend some stuff. That would be cool to see. A marathon collab. A Borderlands collab. I don't think that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, because somebody just said, what about a Warframe collab? I don't think Warframe or Borderlands is looking to collab with Bungie. You see what I mean? A Lord of the Rings collab. Now that, holy shit! That would be good. Hold up. That would be good. A Lord of the Rings collab would absolutely pop. Keep it sci-fi? Calm the fuck down. You can keep it sci-fi and have Lord of the Rings. Hold up. Thematically speaking, what is the number one dungeon in the game? Thematically. What is the number one dungeon in the game? Warlord's Ruin. Exactly. And what is Warlord's Ruin? It's a Warlord's Ruin. It's a castle. All right. What I'm saying is there's a way to make these two things work. Blend the fantasy into the sci-fi. A 40K crossover would be pretty dope too. Yeah. But I think a Lord of the Rings crossover with Destiny, even though it sounds crazy, I'd fuck with it. Big glowing red eye atop Scarlet Keep. Nope, I'm not having Lord of the Rings ruined by Bungie Get Lost. Have you seen the Lord of the Rings show? Look, I love the movies. A high-theme Lord of the Rings story would pop. That's Amazon's fault. But what does Lord of the Rings and Star Wars have in common? Great franchises that we grew up on with, right? Lots of nostalgia. Wonderful universes. And have essentially gone to shit in the past decade. So the point is, perfect to merge itself with Destiny. You know what I mean? Alien or Predator? I just don't think that's going to have as much weight. Dune collab would be pretty dope. Dune would be pretty dope. So, look, again, we're all sitting there speculating and throwing out our wants and desires. At the end of the day, if this expansion isn't good, none of this matters. We'll never see it happen ever again. You know what I'm saying? This right here could potentially set the stage for maybe other themes, expansions, collaborations. But if this one ain't good, it doesn't even matter. The question is this going to be good? Is this going to bang? I don't know. You tell us? Well, based on my time playing, I thought the weapons were really, really good. I thought Lawless Frontiers of very good activity. And the one mission and a half that I played, I thought it was very solid. But let me also bring this up. If you would have shown me Strand back in Lightfall, like if you would have let me play it early and said, hey, here's Strand, and then showed me the weapons, and then showed me the first mission of Lightfall, what would I have said? I would have been like, wow, Lightfall's looking pretty good. Looking kind of solid. I think this is going to be a great expansion, boys. We back. We back on top. You see where I'm coming from? You cannot judge a campaign experience without playing the campaign. Because at any moment, you could kill Rohan with literally no explanation. And then talk about the radio mass and the veil like everyone's supposed to know what the fuck it is. You see where I'm coming from? If you would have just even played the first couple missions of Lightfall, you would have been like, wow, this is shaping up to be pretty good. It's only about halfway through the campaign where that shit takes a hard right. Is this the Forsaken moment after Curse of Osiris, Edge of Fates? No. I don't think it's the Forsaken moment. I think that Renegades, to say Forsaken moments, brother, you realize what you're saying. Like that's you're talking. The foundation that Forsaken built, that's really what carried Destiny 2. For all those years, all the way into Final Shape, it was Forsaken. The sheer amount of content that we got in the Forsaken era is unmatched. Hold on one second. I don't think that. I mean, look, we could all be surprised. I don't think Renegade is going to have the punching power that Forsaken had. I think that is. Even if it was as punchy, it won't be able to last as long. Because I just don't think it has the runway of content. I mean, you have, for Forsaken, we had, I mean, it was one thing after another, dude. It was, hey, here's a new game mode, Gambit. Boom. Here's the 2 destinations. Boom. One of the greatest raids ever. Boom. Black Armory with another raid. Boom. Armory, Forges. Boom. Season the Gambit. They tried. They really did try. I mean, let's just give it. But they are reckoning. You know what I mean? Boom. And then Menagerie. Season of Opulence. Boom, boom. You know where I'm coming from? Kane's dead. Yeah, that was, I mean, yeah, Vicarious Visions, yeah, Bungie. High Noon was around, I think. Forsaken did 5 big booms. And keep in mind, we had a different game back then. Back then, exotics were not, do your season pass, you get an exotic, go do the legendary campaign, here's your exotic. Back then, it was just, good luck. And the exotics were so good that if you, I mean, when you knew on the other team if that Titan had a one-eye mass. Why? Because he could quite literally 1v6 your team. You fucking knew when that other guy had Shards of Galanor. Why? Because he was popping a super every 2.5 minutes. And then the other side of things is too, is that was when we had Pinnacles. Bungie had balls then. They were like, listen, you want Luna's How? Got to get that rank up. You want Not Forgotten? You got to max that rank. They don't do that no more. No, no, no. But they gave us balls and Edge of Fate. True, true. Well, they lost those balls pretty quickly, even with that release. Yes, a year after that release is when they changed up Pinnacles. And they moved it to Rituals. Yeah. I don't know. Shit was lit when exotics weren't guaranteed. You get something new, and it felt like winning the lottery. That it did, man. That it did. Because you fuckers would always come by in the streams or whatever else and be like, hey, Cross, I just got one-eye mask or wave splitter or whatever else. And yes, I had to pretend to be happy for you. But that meant something, fellas. It meant something. Because I would be like, damn, brother. I wish I got that. And I'd go back to farming. Anyways, I hope Renegade's going to be good, guys. I think narratively, I think it's going to be pretty strong. I have a lot of faith in Allison and her team. We'll see what shakes out. I hope Dredgen Bell continues to be a good bad guy. We need a good bad guy. And we'll know, man. We'll know. I would argue and say the campaign... How long did Edge of Fate take us last time to do in Legendary? I think 8 hours? I would assume this one's probably going to be around 8 hours too. It's Bell, not Bell. That's what I fucking said. It's Bell. What are you saying? That's what I fucking said. Bell. B-A-E-L. There's Dredgen Bell, and then there's ringing a bell. Can you not... Do you not understand what I'm saying? Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth right now? Christian Bell. I'm Red Death with the 10 months. Xer with the 22 months. Thank you, thank you. You're saying the same thing? You obviously are not understand. No. No, I'm not saying the same fucking thing. Oh my God. Kristen Bell. BLL. Jingle Bells. Dredgen Bell. Do you not fucking hear it? I'm literally sounding it out. All right. Oh, we need to hit that other. We're in react mode right now. Hold on. There is a video I've been told that we need to watch. It's a long video, but I hear it's a great video. And when I say long, I'm talking 54 minutes long. It's by a guy named Pint Size. And the title of the video is Before You Make Destiny 3, Watch This Video. Man, I'm going to make sure this is all cranked up. This is on my recommended. Let's go. All right, give me just a second. It's really good, trust. Too late.
th, 2014 was a Tuesday. But to a 7th grader who had just gotten out of school, it was anything but a normal Tuesday. Today, his dad promised that after school, they'd stop at GameStop to pick up the first game the kid had ever pre-ordered. GameStop was like heaven to this kid, the walls filled with so many stories to tell. But there was one reason he was there today. Today, Halo the Master Chief Collection came out. But when he was checking out, something else caught his eye. A game sat on a shelf that had been out for only a couple months. He remembered one of his best friends talking about this limitless game of exploration, community, and discovery. This kid knew nothing beyond that, and that was enough. He asked his dad if he could get Destiny.
God bless his soul, man. I'm sure that dad had no idea what he was getting him into. He was probably just like, I'm just trying to be a good dad out here.
But it didn't take long for him to start playing it, especially since Halo MCC was all but unplayable at this time. And I must say, no game has influenced my life more than the Destiny franchise. But along the way, Destiny's evolved, in some ways good and in others bad, and those arbitraries will change from person to person. And honestly, right now, I personally feel Destiny has lost so much of its identity, or at least the identity of it that I loved. So we're going to take a stroll down memory lane today. We're going to visit the very beginning of Destiny to where it is today on the footstep of Renegades. We're going to see what changed and what Bungie got wrong so they could learn from it if this rumored Destiny 3 is real. And ultimately answer, why do we play Destiny? Before we start, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be using a lot of footage from all around the internet to help you travel back in time with me. I'll also be using my own footage, but particularly with Destiny 1, I don't have that much. So whenever someone else's footage is being used, I'm going to leave their name in the corner of the screen right here. And lastly, before we jump into this, I'm a really small channel, so you just being here and watching means a lot to me, especially on a longer video. Putting this much effort into a video is very risky for me, so I appreciate you sitting through it. And to those of you who like or subscribe, thank you, seriously, and I hope you enjoy. When Destiny launched, nobody really knew what it was. It was often marketed just by saying, from the creators of Halo and the company that brought you Call of Duty. And while its Halo roots were definitely felt, Destiny was also an RPG and an all lowercase MMO. People didn't know how to play this kind of game, especially on consoles. I know I didn't. I jumped in with one of my friends and played through the confusing story.
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
And yet I couldn't put it down.
What a classic.
Gunplay felt so satisfying. The space magic abilities lighting up rooms felt stimulating, especially for a 12-year-old. The game kicked our asses, but the loot made it all worth it.
Oh my god, I got a fucking Gallahorn! Oh my god, look at my heavy weapon now! Oh my god, I got the fucking Gallahorn! I got a fucking Gallahorn!
People lose their shit.
Destiny was a game that promised nothing, but delivered everything. There weren't even any quests, no guaranteed loot sources, no LFGs. Hell, engrams were so bad that they could decrypt down a tier in quality, and even drop gear for different classes.
Wow, yo. Come on. I'll take it. Wow. Alright.
Oh!
Underlord.
But even still, you'd be lucky to get a legendary. It took me probably around 2 weeks to get my first legendary, the Badger CCL Scout Rifle. Was it good? Probably not, but it was definitely better than all these rares. And I remember looking at my friend Claudio's Titan, and not only did he have legendaries, he had exotics. He was the one that told me how coveted they are. He was the one that told me you can only equip one at a time because of how powerful they are. The game never needed to tell me because I wouldn't even have one for a month. The only good source of these exotics was the weekly Nightfall strike. Once per week, that's all you got. And man, they were so hard that when you completed one, you would get a flaming aura around your head until the next weekly reset, which also gained you XP gains. And these would be very handy due to the fact that you needed to unlock perks on your gear, weapons and armor, including exotics, before you actually got their bonuses.
Yep.
Crucible was arcadey fun, no balance whatsoever though, and there were like 5 different strike playlists. I remember each had their own ships, or maybe sparrows too, that would rarely drop. I really wanted this one. I remember getting lost in the worlds that Bungie crafted for us. The Cosmodrome, the Moon, Venus, and Mars. The game felt eerie, ominous, and yet hopeful, like an unanswered question in the apocalypse. Claudio basically shat himself the first time he fought the Hive, and strikes scared the hell out of me. Claudio would also whisper the legend of the Vault of Glass, an expedition deep into Venus that would require 6 people and apparently hours of our time for some of the most insane gear. That felt distant, but obtainable. I remember he even took me to Venus to watch a Fireteam of 6 open the vault gate and descend into its depths. That's right, you could see people doing that on patrol and even help them.
I can't express just how powerful it was to watch this in the public environment. I would have never known that the raid existed. This is also this, but for whatever reason, we have never went back to this. Okay. The idea of being in a open world, a live world, and then there will be a group, a team there that is, essentially breaking their way into the vault, and you can watch that team do it. And then you go, hey, I want to do it. I need to find people to do that.
I wonder how many people got into raiding just because of that. And yeah, the following month, Destiny: The Dark Below would release. And I feel like here, the community would begin to settle in for the first time. Guides became more prevalent for the game. And with Crota's End being a much shorter and arguably easier raid than VoG, many people would just jump into the raiding scene for the very first time. During this time, I got my first exotics, the Bad Juju, which came from an extremely rare and difficult exotic bounty, and the Claws of Ahamkara. With the House of Wolves, Trials of Osiris released, and while nowadays Trials is an afterthought at best for most players, in 2015, it was a huge hit. Everyone was playing every weekend, striving to reach the lighthouse and claim their exotic emblem. That's right, exotic emblem. Destiny 1's Lighthouse also spoke to the mystery of Destiny's universe, as it was the first time we would visit Mercury outside of Crucible maps. Guardians would wander through its sands in third person and speculate on the whereabouts of the legendary character from the lore, Osiris. And because you could only loot the Lighthouse chest once per week, when you went flawless, Mercury would still be there on your director screen, available to visit for the rest of the week. It really felt like you earned a passage to an exotic land you weren't meant to be at, or even see. And the music, words cannot express how it made us feel.
And
comment below if you know the Easter egg on where this track came from. You won't believe it till you see it for yourself. Anyway, this was the first time that PvP became a true focus in Destiny, and the community really loved it. I remember the Twitch directory was filled with $5 or $10 trials carries, and man, we bought them up. What a time to be alive. This was a time where it truly felt like anyone could find a place in the Destiny community, whether you wanted to live in the Crucible and get 2-shot by Thorn and Last Word, and maybe 1-shot by Hawkmoon, or even teach new raiders how to down Crota for the first time. Hell, maybe you lived in the Strike playlist or deep in the Prison of Elders. Every corner of the game was deep, updated, and called you to visit it. Loot was rare, but more importantly, loot was memorable. Anyone who played during this time remembers exactly how they got their favorite piece of gear, and they would love to tell you about it. Probably even still to this day, like asking your old grandpa war stories. But little did we know, this would only be a runway to Destiny's most iconic expansion. The Taken King was our first taste at what a completed vision for Destiny would look like, and it was beautiful. The narrative had finally found its footing, with Crota's father Oryx arriving to the solar system for revenge against you. I think this would give rise to a new type of player, the Chroniclers. Nobody calls them that, but today I will. The Chroniclers would follow along with Destiny primarily for lore and narrative reasons. They would read the Grimoire cards like the Bible and share their findings with the wider community. And for the first time, the community also cared to listen. Oryx's arrival also evolved the worlds of Destiny for the first real time. We were introduced to our first new faction, the Taken, and our first new destination, Oryx's Dreadnought. The campaign also had us visiting locations like Phobos and the Cosmodrome's colony ships, and we even fought on some Crucible maps. The game scope just widened, and there was no guessing what Bungie had up their sleeve. New secrets were being found, including quests, exotics, and full-blown missions. And within this evolution, we would also be sent out to discover our first ever new subclasses: the Stormcaller, Nightstalker, and Sunbreaker. These new subclasses just felt so fresh, so cool, and unbelievably powerful, especially if you were a Titan in the Crucible. The leveling system also got revamped, and so was the gear system. Legendaries became easier to obtain and farm. Some exotics had guaranteed loot sources through quests and missions. Ghost shells were added to the loot pool, as were artifacts, which have no similarity with Destiny 2's artifacts. Crucible got a huge and needed balance pass, new game mode, and 9 new maps. So needless to say,
dude, I miss these maps. I know some of these we have, but like Asylum, you saw a little bit of Asylum in there. There were so many just banging D1 maps.
You were eating good in whatever part of the game you were playing. Unless you loved Prison of Elders, that got left in the fucking dust. For PvE, there were also 4 new strikes, which actually mattered a lot in D1 because it was common to farm the Heroic Strike playlist. And the raid? Oh man, what a magnificent journey. If you ask me, King's Fall was Bungie's first real raid. It had layers of mechanics, amazing set pieces, so many encounters, and a cinematic as fuck ending. Even if the loot didn't really compare to that of Vogue or Crota's End, King's Fall borrowed variants from the hard mode more than made up for it. And now is also a great time to mention that in D1, hard mode raids didn't even have revives. If you died, you're dead until the encounter's over, which is exactly why self-res Sunsingers were always appreciated. With all that context out of the way, it should be fair to say that the Taken King took a large leap into the RPG space compared to Year 1. The Bungie forums were spammed with people searching the Dreadnought for secrets and puzzles, Guardians gained large steps in terms of build crafting options, and the new gear earned from quests felt aspiring, while still leaving plenty of room for RNG drops that would be sprinkled in between them. The game took a couple of paces in the more casual direction, but had a completed vision for every type of player, so everyone was honestly on board. And with the game feeling so replayable, the year-long content droughts weren't even that bad at the time. I know it's probably easy to say that now, but I can say personally, all of my friends were still playing every single day. The core game just had so much.
Many of us were playing every single day. Primarily PvP. Even though I didn't like one-hit sticky grenades or Sunsinger or even some of the standout weapons, PvP, the things that carried in the content droughts were PvP and trials.
For us to grind towards, and more importantly, it was just fun to do it. And I should also note the reason that the content drought didn't cause harm to the community sentiment was because the little content that was added over the following year was fresh, experimental, and rewarding. Here I'll just focus on SRL and the April update. SRL, or the Sparrow Racing League, was exactly what it sounded like. You and 5 other Guardians would race down one of 2 maps. You could earn Sparrows, SRL armor, and even Sparrow horns. And as someone who was in the top 200 SRL back in the day, I loved it. And 4 months later, just when you thought Bungie forgot about Prison of Elders, boom, they hit you with the April update. A new strike, Prison of Elders refresh, challenge cards, cosmetic glows, loot boxes, and a 2-minute story mission. Awesome stuff. I know many of you have been waiting for this part. In year 3, Bungie dropped Rise of Iron, Destiny's take on a medieval-themed expansion. A nanomachine tech plague has been unleashed upon the Cosmodrome, and Lord Saladin has asked you to intervene. I know, very medieval. Together, we explored the Plague Lands. It's kind of a map expansion of the Cosmodrome. It was the first time Bungie really did something like this, and not something we really see all that often. My favorite part of the Plague Lands was the snow. See, in D1, the Cosmodrome already had some snow, but it was more of an afterthought than just the main set piece. But not here. Rise of Iron brought us a true winter wonderland. We got a new social space too, Fellwinter Peak, which was high in the mountains of Old Russia overlooking the Cosmodrome. Much like the Taken King, Rise of Iron also brought us new PvP maps, new Enterprise strikes, a decent campaign, amazing lore, new gear, and most importantly, one of the greatest raids of all time, Wrath of the Machine. Wrath was by no means the hardest raid in D1, but it was the hardest to run on those consoles. This raid really pushed the envelope on raid set pieces, specifically the Siege Engine, where you would repair a giant fallen Death Zamboni on top of the Cosmodrome's wall while surviving waves of fallen Siva Splicers, which are Rise of Iron's new enemy subfaction. During this encounter, your poor PS4 or Xbox One would be fighting for its life. And honestly, there's not much more to say about Rise of Iron here. It was a smaller scale, cheaper sequel to The Taken King, but what it did have felt really inspired and innovative for its time. While Taken King reinvented the wheel entirely, Rise of Iron decked those wheels out with amazing armor, weapons, record books, and finally, PvP private matches. Even the artifacts got reworks. Rise of Irons provided very powerful yet niche boosts. For example, one would...
Oh, the artifacts... They were busted, boys. No. Let me back up real quick.
Rise of Irons provided very powerful yet...
These things right here. So you could wear one of these. And some were like, for instance, one took away your sprint cooldown. Yes, Destiny 1 had a sprint cooldown. But there was one which was Yoder. I believe it was Yoder. No. Scory. Was it Scory? There was one where you could share your super with your teammates. So what that means is if you got your super early in a trials game, instead of you challenging the opposing team, you could sit in the back of the map with your teammates and they could leech super energy off of you so that they could get their super. What this meant is a very, very passive game. And Bungie didn't have really objectives back then. It was just straight up elim. Wow, sounds creative. Scory was broken. It was.
Niche boosts. For example, one would just let you punch enemies to temporarily turn them into your allies. That's awesome. I will note one change in Rise of Iron, however, which is Bungie for the first time ever prioritizing quest exotics over RNG drops. Of the 8 exotic weapons issued in year 3, only 2 were normal RNG drops. Keep this trend in mind because it's going to continue to progress as the years pass. At the end of Destiny 1's lifespan came one of the franchise's greatest updates ever created, the Age of Triumph. Remember all those raids everyone's loved? They're all back. They've all got updates, exploit fixes, reprise loot, new armor ornaments that look insane, and a new at-level hard mode. It really was the perfect send-off for Destiny 1, ending on an insane, nostalgic high. Yeah, that's right. People were already nostalgic for these old raids with how much they were played. Destiny at this point had found its audience, its footing, and its confidence to execute on it. The hope for the future couldn't have been greater. I think it's fair to say that every Destiny 1 player went into D2 with basically 0 red flags raised. Destiny 1's launch was messy, even if fun, but over the following years, Bungie had continuously delivered better and better experiences for it, and it felt like they had learned from their...
I will say, yes, except there were 2 people in my circle that looked at D2 and said, I don't think that's going to pop. One was QJ, the other was Gamer Guy. And I specifically remember during the beta, they had jumped on with me, they had played the beta for a few days, and they were like, yeah, this is garbage. And they went back to Destiny 1 and continued to play Trials that weekend. It was obvious, to be frank. But I think a lot of us were still like, all right, maybe, we were like, this is a sequel. Maybe this is actually the way, things are supposed to go. It's actually going to be better. This is just a small piece, And there were so many people, too, that were like, a beta is just, that's so much can change between a beta and the launch of the game, which, by the way, is bullshit. Not unless, you delay launch.
Our mistakes. And with a new game built from the ground up, we would be in for a real treat. Then it happened. Destiny's first ever identity crisis. The game was actually well received at first. The campaign was fun, it took us to new locations, and the gunplay, of course, felt amazing, especially on PC, which finally got a port. It was so good that it single-handedly made my entire friend group swap from Xbox to PC gaming, which was the best decision in my gamer life, by the way. But when the honeymoon phase ended, the other shoe dropped. Destiny 2 had absolutely no replayability at all. You see, with a live service game like Destiny, it really doesn't even matter if the content is good if you just don't have a reason to play it more than once. And even worse, if the only content that does have incentive to replay it is boring, then you've got a double whammy of a problem. And that right there was Destiny 2 Year 1. Remember how precious legendaries were? Let alone exotics in Destiny 1? They really lived up to their names. But what if we give them to you for free, constantly? For example, the best way to earn exotics at the time was heroic public events. So that's what we would do all day. Just run around the EDZ farming events. And
I think when you lay it out like this, and he's doing such a good job laying it out like this, who the fuck is making these decisions? These are game altering decisions. Who looked at D1, saw the player retention of that, and said, you know what? We could do better. You know what I'm saying? We could do better. We need to change the identity of Destiny, make it super casual. How about everyone does public events? That should be fun. Those kind of changes turn mega fans into haters.
The raid, Leviathan, was actually really cool. It was our first non-linear styled raid that rotated encounter order weekly with one boss at the end, Robot Emperor Callus. Leviathan was named after the giant ship it was on, which sat ominously in Nessus's skybox. Genuinely 10 out of 10 here on the vibes, Bungie. But there was one big problem here. You see, Bungie wanted D2 to have a focus on competitive PvP. So much so that it, and I'm not exaggerating here, came at the detriment of literally every other part of the game. Your special weapons, gone. You get 2 primaries and 1 heavy weapon. Subclass customization, gone. You get to select between 2 simple trees. Armor perks, gone. Movement speed and ability regen, drastically reduced. Power fantasy, out the window. And worst of all, our randomly rolled legendaries, gone.
Look. Trials blew up, and Bungie went in a completely different direction. It was like, all right, Trials is done blown up. Everybody loves Destiny PvP. We're going to make D2 a competitive PvP shooter. When all they had to do was just keep it the exact same. You literally just have to keep it. No one. And by the way, I don't even know if Bungie was even bringing in people back then, like creators and stuff like that, to just kind of gauge how they felt about it. But I don't know how a single person in Destiny's community that would have saw static roles and thought to themselves, fantastic. This is great. Not just that, but one fucking trait. Look at this roll. Under pressure. On your autumn win. That's it. Look, dude. And see, here's the thing. It's like the team that made this version of Destiny and led the static roll charge and the no special weapons and the subclass trees that were not customizable. Okay. Did they not work on fucking Destiny 1? That's the thing. If you worked on D1, then you would clearly know what worked and what didn't work. And I can tell you right now, going from D1 to D2, if you were the team that worked on D1, you would not have made this shit. Dude, it's crazy. It's fucking 2025 and I still get pissed off about this. It's fucking wild, man.
Who on earth thought this would ever go over well? I have no idea. But the worst part of it all was that people didn't even like the PvP. It was slow, clunky, team shot oriented, and just missing features.
That's the
There were
worst
no
part
private
of it.
matches again, and every game mode was 4v4. That means there wasn't even free-for-all rumble. All of these issues would coincide to produce a less fun gameplay loop with very little replayability. I mean, why would you ever replay the raid when you only need to get each weapon and armor piece one time? What was Bungie's answer? To farm consumable shaders. And thus, players quit in droves. The identity of Destiny that Bungie had spent the last 3 years building for us was just completely gone. Now, Curse of Osiris, this will be quick. It was just more of the same. Pretty much nothing changed or got better, and the highlight of the expansion was probably the most infamous meme of the franchise.
I promised before that this was the most rewarding public event, and there we have it. We have 2 chests.
Things wouldn't start turning around until Warmind, and that came out 8 months after launch. I kind of think of this time as D2's House of Wolves. It was like...
But see, like, even Bungie then thought that throwing candy at us is what we were asking for. We just... There's just been this separation of, like, what we as Destiny players found so mesmerizing about Destiny 1. And there's just been it almost feels like this really just huge miscommunication between us and Bungie there for so long to just narrow down on, hey, we found this part of Destiny fun. This is why we played the fuck out of it.
A band-aid fix with a promise to lay some better foundations soon. We got a slightly better campaign, destination, and quality of life patches. A perfect example here is we got 6v6 Iron Banner during this time. Everything else was still 4v4, but now we're beginning to enter some goodwill territory. Most people's highlight during this period, though, is Escalation Protocol.
Yep.
And this single-handedly is the first time that Destiny 2 actually got difficult at all. Escalation Protocol takes place on Mars's patrol space, and it was a 7-wave Horde mode that got progressively more and more difficult, as a Horde mode does. But it got so hard, in fact, to even have a shot at beating it, you would have to pseudo-matchmake with other people on patrol to round up a fire team of 9 together to take it on. And what was the reward for this? All eyes were on the shotgun and sniper. These were the first weapons with trench barrel and box breathing. I know, big deal, right? Well, these pre-nerfed versions of those perks easily made them the best weapons in the game. But they were just so rare and hard to get, and the community ate this shit up. The other high point for me of this expansion was the raid layer. Spire of Stars was the hardest raid content probably since King's Fall, and it was just a raid layer. I genuinely think that if the rewards were even half decent at all here, people would look back at this as one of the best raid experiences in D2. And how could we forget the Whisper mission? Dropping out of nowhere on a random Friday while doing a taken public event on IO. You'd sometimes have to wait hours to get access to that mission, only to fail and start over and have to wait all over again. But that Whisper of...
Dude. This is where I really dislike data mining in this game. All right? Because we had the mystery back then. The surprise. Now when an expansion rolls out, you've got, I mean, you guys coming here and y'all fucking drop shit on us all the time. You're like, hey, this is going to roll out. This is this quest. These are all the steps to the quest. Fuck, you'll get all the steps to a quest before the quest even comes out. They could prevent it. I don't know, man. I think some things Bungie had to actually reach out to some of the data miners and say like, hey, or not even data miners, like GG and some other things to hide things. But you play the stuff early, so there's no sense of discovery. That's a new thing though, Les. You know, when do we, as far as like creators going and playing stuff, When did that start? Final Shape? Maybe it started in Lightfall. But you know, I'm fine with not playing. Seriously. If Bungie jumped up and said, hey, listen, we're not going to do any more capture events. Fine. These capture events coincide, though, with summits. They always do. And so, if they just kept it just summits, I'd be fine with that too. It'd be less time that I'm away. That's how it should be. Well, less. Maybe so, bud. Maybe so. But I could tell you Bungie doesn't think that, because this most recent capture event was the largest capture event Bungie has ever done. There was more people at this capture event than ever. And hold up, Les. Let me go ahead and just say this. Because there's a good chance, Les, you're going to get an invitation to this next one. How about you stand up and say, fuck that. I ain't going. Look, Les, when you get that invitation, I want you to make that stand, my man. Because you seem to be wanting to make that stand. I will only go for an actual summit, not a capture event. Okay? Les, I'll tell you this. If this happens in the future and you are actually invited, which I think is very possible, by the way, Les. I'm just saying. You know? Some people may have talked good about you. But here's the thing. If you're actually invited, I want you to make that stand. Matter of fact, Les, if you go, I want you to sit in the corner and wait for me to get done playing the next expansion, okay? How about that? Les, I'm gonna be over there. I'll even be like, hey, there's some fun shit. You see this? But you just sit right there. You can watch me play, all right? And then when we get done with everything, we'll go do whatever the fuck you want to do. I won't go for a capture event because I don't do videos, but if they want actual feedback on what we want, then I would gladly go. Okay. Yep. All right. Anyways, I like surprises. So, if Bungie wanted to stop doing capture events going into expansions, sure. But understand, this is going out to not just people that stream and play the game. You got IGN in there. You got fucking every other, what is it? GameSpot. Every other gaming journalist outlet that's also there. What the fuck is a capture event? A capture of every studio is a bit different. For instance, Borderlands, they have select creators that, well, they'll get a big portion of the game. Let me just lay it down. Let me lay it down. Some studios will give the game to you early, and when I say give the game to you, the whole fucking game. You can make guides on it. You can do whatever you want on it. You can make as many videos as you want leading up to the expansion. Once embargo hits, boom, they drop everything. Then there's people that send out review codes. You do the exact same thing with a review code. make guides, make videos, but most of the time that's just supposed to be centered around making a review for the game. And then there's like a list of people that they send these things out to. For instance, Bethesda was not going to send me a review code for Starfield. Not because they didn't want to, but probably because we don't do that many reviews. And that had no bearing on my review for the game. I just thought the game was shit. It was an interesting interaction that occurred. What was the game that Bethesda did that summer? I may or may not have talked a little shit about a game called Redfall. Very briefly. On Twitter, I might add. Wasn't even a video. It seems like that may or may not have played a role in me getting a review code. Look, it's whatever. No harm done. The point is, sometimes you're on the list, sometimes you're not. It don't fucking... I mean, look, I get where some people are feeling right now about the whole people getting access, early access to content for Destiny stuff. And all I can say is this. To my other creators that were not invited, I promise, with the size of these capture events growing at the rate that they're growing, I really do believe you're going to be going to one. This one, I mean, I put it to you like this. The size of the group that was there quadrupled from the previous capture events. And so, and then I wouldn't be surprised if it grows substantially larger than that. Now, the other question is what's more beneficial? This, by the way, this is complete. Thank you, Les, for completely taking this topic in a completely different direction. Then the other conversation is, well, what about that creator that wants to get started making Destiny content? Are they ever going to be included because they're left off the list? Look, I don't know what the selection process is. Okay. I don't know if necessarily having, all these different gaming journalist outlets is really necessary. I don't know how much they're actually playing Destiny. I think people that play the game, that play a lot of the game, should be the voices that are heard more than anyone else. And that is normally the case when it comes to summits. But capture events, they bring in a lot of different people from a lot of different places, a lot of different outlets. I used to make videos on guns and Destiny 2. Early reviews maybe stop bothering. It's a real problem. Look, man, this happened in D2 Vanilla. I remember, y'all remember when Destiny 2 had its reveal launch? Remember I think it was it in LA that they brought in a bunch of creators? Y'all remember that? They showed off the PvP. They had like a ton of, they had a lot of people there, but they had a ton of PvP guys. Anyways, point is like many of us didn't get invited to that, So, and then, there's other things too. I mean, Lightfall, I remember Lightfall rolled around and, Bungie, they did some crazy stuff where they sponsored some people outside of the Destiny community, which is fine. Maybe it worked out for them. They sponsored, some other people outside of the community. Majority of the people outside the community. So, and not that, but see, again, not that Bungie even owes, sponsorships to content creators within their community. But I also believe in rewarding those people before rewarding anyone else. Those are the people that are playing your game. Just like calling anyone in to talk shop needs to be your most dedicated players. And occasionally they will pull people from like Bungie forums and whatnot into it. I'm not sure, but the problem only started for me around Lightfall. People would just drop reviews on every new gun, and the second the NDA lifts. Can I just say gun reviews are shit now? I mean, when you talk about, hold on, you want to talk view counts here. So, I mean, like, No one, I mean, like, back to where gun reviews used to be viewed versus where they are now. No one's really watched them. Some people might watch them, but it is not hitting the same numbers that it did 2-3 years ago or 4 years ago. Because there's so many now? No, guys. It's because there's no one playing the game. All right? First up, at one time, Dado could shit out a damn guide for an exotic and it would pop 2 million views. All right? We ain't at that level no more. You understand? Because Destiny 2 is an older game. Cross, you just spoiled dungeon weapons for renegades? Yep. Yeah. Well, I guess we play with the dungeon weapons, yeah. I play with a lot of guns. I don't even know which ones I singled out as being dungeon weapons. I think that when it comes to in-game content, in-game weapons, probably shouldn't play with those. So, but to say I spoil it, hold up, motherfucker. How can I spoil something if I didn't even know I was spoiling it? Hey, I said, what did I say in my review? This gun shoots fast, does a lot of damage, got some cool perks. And then it turns out one of those weapons happens to be a dungeon weapon. Hot damn! Who would have fucking thought? Like, I'm asking what the origin of all these guns are. Look, when you load up, Bungie they don't sit there and they're like, okay, now we're going to show you all the dungeon weapons. No, you just have a bunch of shit on your character and you're like, oh, that looks cool. I mean, go shoot with that for a little bit. That's literally what it is. You just have a bunch of shit on your character and you just like, all right, I'm going to go shoot some of this. Not until after the fact that you're like, oh, wait, that was the dungeon weapon? Les, here's the thing. Okay, let me ask you guys something. And this, look, I'm fine with it either way. If you think me leaving for a week is what I want to fucking do, especially given the fact that I just had a newborn at the beginning of, or end of October, leaving for a fucking week. I did that trip because it needed to happen. It needed to fucking happen. Now, whether or not capture events needed to happen, who fucking cares? Let me ask you as a community, do you like seeing content for an upcoming expansion early? Can we get a poll on this? Thank you, Les. Thank you, Les. Les, I've seen you on Twitter now talking shit for the past 3 days. Here's the difference. Go ahead and vote on your poll right now. Here's the difference. Or here's the issue I have with what you guys are saying, because y'all are saying no. Y'all are saying we don't want to see anything. Yet I have literally dropped a video while I've been live and said, hey, I've got the exotics too. Do y'all want to see them? And I've done polls, and every one of you have capitulated and said, yes, Cross, show us the exotics. It's only until after the fact that you guys come in here and like, I could have just done with the mystery, you know? Could have been some foreplay in that. I feel kind of spoiled now, Cross. All right. Do you want to see content earlier? 66% says no. All right. Welp, how about you let Bungie know your feedback on this? You stand in solidarity. You don't want to see any more capture events. It's bullshit, and it'll kill the game. I can't believe you spoiled Red Wolf for me. We want mystery. Okay, so hold up now. You said you want mystery. So are we saying no Vidocs? Where does it end? You saying no Vidocs? No trailers? Hold up here. By the way, hold up. Let me also offer this too for the folks that are saying they want mystery. You know what else you could do? Just an option. Just throwing it out there. You could not be in a Destiny 2 stream. You could not pull up YouTube. You could. You could close thy eyes for the week leading up to an expansion, and lo and behold, you shall have mystery. Okay? That's an option. Everyone's different. I've got a friend who, and I don't know why he does it like this, but this is how he does it. He doesn't buy an expansion until he looks up every bit of content that's coming with that expansion. He literally will go dig through the damn leaks to see what's coming out in the expansion and over that 3 to 6 month time frame. And I'm like, whoa, big spoilers. But that's how he decides. And it's based on that he goes, all right, I'm going to buy this expansion. That's called an informed consumer. I think dungeon and raid weapons should definitely be off the table. 1000%. I completely agree. I think dungeon and raid weapons should be off the table. I don't think we should ever see those weapons at all. I think there should be mystery surrounding in-game loot. 1000%. Completely agree with that. I think that showing off a story mission, if it's the first one, but I think Bungie did a good job with this one because essentially you can't show subtitles and whatnot. I think no cinematics is important. No in-game drops is important. You could show like the seasonal loots or maybe even the destination loots. Yeah. The other side of things is too, guys, it's like, some of you are like, but Cross, what about the content creators? They're getting all this content that they can make on their channels, which, yes, I won't lie, it will benefit you. But in terms of industry rates, you want me to come to your studio for 5 fucking days? Well, we got a rate sheet. Most people don't like the rate sheet. We could do it by the hour. Most people don't like it by the hour. The point I'm trying to make is everyone has different ways of dealing with how they get creators into the door. For other studios, they have to adhere to whatever the rate sheet is. Okay? And this is the same with all other creators. But when it comes to Destiny, this is where we built our community. And we have to go. Not for the capture events, but for the other shit, the other stuff that is necessary. When I go up to these things, and same as other people, it is our opportunity to make the pain points known. And you got to make them known. Because I'm breathing down your neck. I'm going to see you at lunch. I'm going to see you at dinner. I'm going to see you in the studio. I'm going to follow you around. I'm going to talk about this, that, and whatever else. And you hope during that 3, 4, 5 day time frame that you get your point across. Is it paid for? Some people do. They may do like, some paid deals. It depends on who you are. For instance, if you're one of the bigger Tarkov streamers and you're coming in to look at Marathon, you're outside of the community. It's a good chance you're going to get paid, because that Tarkov guy who's embedded in his community is not going to uproot himself for a week to go play test your shit for free. You see where I'm coming from? I'm just letting you know like how the systems work. Does Bungie pay less? Do you think Bungie pays less? In terms of industry rates, do you think Bungie pays less or Bungie pays more? No, they pay more. Let me tell you something. Less without question, yes. So, look, it depends. It really depends. Okay. But, name kind of carries. And Bungie's name still has weight. You know what I mean? Does Bungie pay with silver? I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess they got a creator program that pays with silver, but I don't know. I mean, people actually do. I don't think anybody's like, yeah, I'll do this shit for silver. What is that even? You know what I mean? What shit are we talking about? How much bride dust did you get paid? Look, guys. Capture events / summits. The most people get paid for will be the travel, which is very normal. Okay? The same thing, you can apply the same thing to literally any other studio. Whether, Gearbox, Bethesda, DE. I mean, you go down the list here, okay? So you're gonna, if they're inviting you out, the least they can do is pay for your room and board. Now, some people don't like having their room and board paid for. Skill up Ralph's approach. I've done the exact same thing. I like it too. You go there, you pay for your own shit. Why do you pay for your own shit? Well, you really only pay for your own shit because you want to know that there's nothing going to be held back in regards to your feedback. Not that there would be anything held back, because nothing ever is. Trust me, I promise you, these people that get their damn travel paid for, they let what they need to be said be heard. But on the off chance that you internally may be like, I don't want this to sway me in any kind of way, or most notably, when you're there to break it off into someone, might want to pay for your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Might want to just pay for your own shit. Was Skill about Bungie this time? No, but he's been there in the past many times. Yeah. Ralph was there for Final Shape. I really wish Ralph was there. I think Ralph is fantastic. Ralph is extremely unbiased and very clear cut. He knows what we like as Destiny players. I fucking love when Ralph is talking Destiny. So he's great. You have an LLC as a content creator, you can write the travel off as work. Brother. Dude, I used to be an accountant, man. I don't know if you're trying to give me... By the way, you don't have to have just an LLC for that shit. Look, of course you can write things off. By the way, writing things off doesn't make it free. Okay? I don't know what you guys are... like, y'all just like take accounting 101 for the first time. I get so many people that come by the stream. It's like, you can write things off. Why did Bungie pay $3.6 billion? It's all about the write-offs. As if that shit's fucking free. TikTok finance. I know, man. We're completely derailed. Thank you, Les. I'm in the middle of watching a video. Fuck you, Les. You're off my goddamn fire team. I'm getting another person to play with tomorrow.
The worm made the chase completely worth it. These wins for Bungie, paired with numerous buffs to player movement and power fantasy in the Go Fast update, actually managed to lift player sentiment. People were trusting them again. The game was by no means fixed, but we saw the light at the end of the tunnel and actually had content to run in the meantime. Forsaken is when Bungie finally got things back on track. We had new abilities, our special weapons and random rolls were back, and power fantasy fully returned. And the game got dark. Fan favorite character Cade 6 was killed off in the very first mission, which sent us off into the Tangled Shore and eventually Dreaming City to enact our revenge and discover some of Destiny's greatest secrets. And I'm just curious, do you consider Forsaken to be Destiny's greatest expansion of all time? There's a couple other contenders, just comment what you think. During this era, Bungie really leaned into the grindy, difficult parts of Destiny once more. Grinding activities to get that god roll felt so good after being absent for a year. We got our first dungeon in a raid race so long that its record wouldn't be beaten until Final Shape 6 years later. RNG was the name of the game once more, including exotics. There were a few quest exotics to earn, but many were rare drops. I remember my friends freaking out when that one-eyed mask finally dropped, or when I finally got my Geomag stabilizers. It took Quentin over...
Keno, thank you so much for the 5 gifted over there, brother. Thank you, my man.
60 runs of Last Wish to get his 1k, and we loved how much he hated it. Bungie's pinnacle weapons from reaching high competitive rank and eventually high ranks in Strikes and Gambit really blurred the line between legendaries and exotics during this time. Weapons like the Mountaintop Recluse and Wendigo would rule the meta for the year, along with exotics like Anarchy and Izanagi's Burden. We also saw titles being introduced, which was the first time Bungie was truly adding a purely cosmetic, aspirational pursuit specifically for collectors. I think there were 8 that came with Forsaken's launch, and if you didn't play back then, you have no idea how hard these were to get. These weren't the easy-ass seasonal titles that they hand out for free today, besides maybe 1 or 2 triumphs on it. No, every single triumph in these titles took deliberate time, effort, and dedication to claim. My first title was Wayfarer, the Patrol title, and it took me forever to get. Though I am most proud of getting the Chronicler Lore title. And if you ask me, this is what titles should have remained as. Nowadays, only a few titles actually mean you did anything difficult at all. But back then, you respected every single person you saw with a title. Forsaken also brought a new core PvEVP game mode, Gambit. You may laugh at it now, but back in the day, this was supposed to be the new big thing for Destiny. It even had a pre-expansion public demo to play in the live game. And I stand by to this day that with a few tweaks and like limitations on loadouts, Gambit could still be awesome. With the 3 following seasons of Black Armory, Season of the Drifter, and Season of Opulence, we even saw Bungie innovate on endgame activities for the first time since Prison of Elders. Each season brought a completely different, unique endgame farmable experience, each having a distinct loot system. Black Armory and Opulence even brought their own smaller experience raids with them. Scourge of the Past was honestly unlike any other raid we've seen in Destiny, albeit it was too easy. And thankfully, that lack of difficulty would then lead Bungie to develop Contest Mode, which we still have today, for Opulence's Crown of Sorrow, and it was perfect. All in all, This will probably go down in history as Destiny's strongest year. The devs were really firing on all cylinders. The secrets of Last Wish's Wish Wall or Black Armory's Niobe Lab puzzle, mixed in with the brand new difficult endgame activities that made you work for your loot, reprised Destiny 1's feeling of earned character progression, now also layered with a collectionist's optional pursuits of badges and titles. I'm really trying to fly through these years, so just know that I'm really only covering a very small part of what this had to offer. You just had to be there.
Why can't we just go back to that? Like, Bungie, in terms of what you nailed, like in terms of understanding your player, no expansion spoke more to us than Forsaken. I love Witch Queen. I love Final Shape. Forsaken, though, was the expansion that spoke to me. And I feel like I'm a core player of Destiny, or part of the core player that plays Destiny. I would literally log on for just real pinnacles like they used to have. We don't actually want that. We just miss our younger selves and we're sad that we're old now. The fuck shit is that? See, that's that fucking talk I'm talking about. Nobody cares about your therapy bullshit stuff. All right? Don't tell me what I want and what I'm trying to find myself. See, it's your fucking, that type of dialogue gets into this, to Bungie's here, and they go, oh, they must not want it because Dick fuck here says they don't want it. For whatever various fucking reasons you're talking about. I'm not trying to go back in time. I want Forsaken now. Go back in time to what? I mean, he's kind of right. What are you talking about? We want to be younger again? How does that make sense? I'm 59 now. Look, I'm not here to deal with y'all's midlife crisis bullshit, okay? You have that. You go have that thing off stream. You know, don't be wrapping up your fucking bullshit into what's happening here in Destiny. God, no, I got to go to the bathroom. Chat, I'm back. I have returned. Look at this shit, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Hold up. Can I show it? Oh my God. So look. Last night we had second Thanksgiving, which really just means the family's too goddamn big. So we're back on leftovers yet again. Give me that plate. No HelloFresh today. Cora with the sub. Thank you so much. Pizza Planet with the sub. Thank you. Finish the video, please. I'm going to finish it. I'm finishing. I'm going to eat first. So we're going to enjoy this together. I don't want to eat while I'm watching a video. Ravage with the tier 3. Thank you so much, man. Much love to you, brother. How many kids does my brothers have? None. I'm the only one that has kids. Yeah. No, this is Rika's side of the family. No, my siblings are all a lot younger than me. My nearest brother's 8 years younger than me, and then 10 years, and then 15 years for my sister. So it's going to be a hot minute. Onk? Pretty much, man. Pretty much. I didn't exactly have the brother dynamic or like the sibling dynamic growing up. I'm more like a second parent. Liv is your sister? No, Liv is not my sister. Cross had no built-in friends growing up? No, ma'am. I had to go out into the world and find friends. Yeah. I was that kid in the neighborhood, though, that I just showed up. I'd be riding my bike. If I see a kid playing in their front yard, hey, what's happening? I pull that bitch over. What's going on? And we're gonna scope it out. You know, what toys you got, huh? And if you had a Nintendo, oh brother, oh, we hang in every day. Now I know I made some parents pissed off because, man, I was such an aggravating kid. I knock on your door. You didn't answer? No problem. I'm gonna go knock on the back door. Didn't answer? Guess what? You about to get some eyes. I'm gonna be looking in them windows. Where you at? Talk about some parents came unglued on me. You hear me? Look, I just believe that, you know, I really believed in what's mine is yours. And you know what I'm saying? That's how I felt. You know what I mean? You come to my house. Hey, man, anything you want in the snack drawer, have at it. You want some of my mom's cooking? Get after it. And then, so when I went to my friend's house for the first time, well, the first place I went is their fridge. But then parents get all kind of mad. You know what I mean? They're like, what's this kid doing? I just thought we were hanging out, you know? But eventually I would find another kid that his family could put up with me. And then we were boys. We'd hang out. But then after about age 8, my best friend was a lawnmower. So I was pretty much into that. That's why I avoid Louisiana. Now you don't need friends, you have us. There you go. Same guy that missed every shot in Halo and got banned. Let me tell you something. Frank, he lived right next to me. And see, my parents were going out of town, and my aunt was watching me that night at my parents' house. Okay? And we called up everybody. We were like, hey, man, we hanging out tonight. We're like 11, 12. Like, hey, man. Calling up everybody. I call Frank. I'm like, Frank, come to the house tonight. We're going to get up to, no good. Come on over. And Frank was like, I can't, man. I made a C. Made a C on his test or some shit. And his dad, Mr. Roy, told him he couldn't go. So it became our mission to get Frank out. Okay? Now here's what I knew. Because I had my buddy PJ with me. And we knew Frank never locked his window. All right? Never locked his window. He was on the second floor, but he always left his window unlocked. And so we went over there. We got down. Luckily, Miss Roy never kept lights on, so he couldn't see us. Anyways, we get on the second story. All right? We lift up the window and we creep in. All right? Let me tell you this. The whole house was carrying on downstairs. They were having dinner. They were doing, you know what I mean? They were living life. I think Mr. Roy was watching TV. And anyways, we snuck down the stairs and I tapped Frank lightly on the back of the shoulder, which completely surprised him because when he turned around, he was like, but my man didn't say anything. No words came out of his mouth. Anyways, we busted Frank out. He came up the stairs. We showed him. He didn't want to get out the window at first, but we were like, don't worry. We got the ladder right here. You'll be able to we'll get down, hop out. You come over to the house. Your dad will never know. We party. Anyways, we make it back to the house, and not even like 5 minutes go by. Frank, who had a phone, gets a phone call from his dad. Now listen, I wasn't gonna let him deal with Mr. Roy on his own. I done put my best friend Frank into that situation. I ain't gonna let him go out like that. So about the 4th phone call, I finally manned up and I answered the phone. Very quickly, after answering the phone, the realization occurred to me that I was not dealing with cool Mr. Roy. I was dealing with Dad Mr. Roy. And Dad Mr. Roy about to whoop my ass. So we brought Frank back over and knock on the door. And Mr. Roy opens the door. And Frank goes in. And PJ and I both look at him knowing we just doomed our best friend to death. All right? Now, luckily, we didn't get our ass beat. I don't know what happened to Frank that night, but I felt bad for him. But Mr. Roy called me breaking and entering for the rest of junior high and high school. And wouldn't you believe, man, he called me breaking and entering all the time. That was the nickname that he gave me. And the only other time I have ever broke into anything, and this was for a good cause, in my junior year of high school, I had a chemistry test the next day. And lo and behold, I left my chemistry book in the school. And it was after football practice, and the school was locked up. But luckily, I knew my Spanish teacher never locked his window. All right. Same story. So I get the window open, all right? And I'm crawling through the top of the window. My ass is hanging out. And when you fucking believe it, Mr. Roy pulls up right behind me. The whole parking lot clear. No one, not a soul. And then all of a sudden, Mr. Roy is right there, right fucking behind me. That man never let me live it down. B&E stuck with me forever. Got you, you little shit. That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said. Anyways, I don't even know what we made on that chemistry test. This should tell you aren't built for thieving? No, I'm not. Cross is just the guy that always gets caught. Felt that way. So yeah, luckily I haven't ran into any little shits, man, in this neighborhood. I'm waiting for that one kid that's just not going to understand things, and he's just going to beat on the door all the time. You're in an HOA? Brother, Florida is a giant HOA. What the fuck you mean? It's just one giant HOA around here. Dude, some of them get crazy. One of the HOAs around here, I don't know why anyone would buy a house there. The HOA fee is $1,200 a month. Now, maybe some of you are like, oh yeah, that's normal. Baffling. That's a fucking mortgage. I don't know what comes with that HOA. You're essentially paying rent. Mine's $500. I mean, what do they, is it for the clubhouse? Dude, fuck the clubhouse. I just won't go. How about that? Yeah, some of them they'll build like a country club. Got to be a lawn care and a giant pool. Eh, what is it, man? Some of these are crazy. They really are. If it's that much, there's a lot of landscaping involved. Better be the dam. Look, I don't like grass that much. Oh, I don't like it, man. It's dare I say, un-American. All right. Generations ago, our great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers took a stand. For tea, of all things. And that was what, 3%? And here we are, rolling over for goddamn HOAs. This is what they gave their lives for. Aren't you Vietnamese? Hey, it applies to me too, damn it. It applied one of my grandfathers. Hey, it was somewhere down the line. I don't know. Vietnamese people don't like HOAs either. Pretty sure it was a 2% T-tax. Overthrow your HOA. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. I mean, can you look at the HOA and just be like, fuck you, I ain't paying? I mean, what happens there? You know? I don't think you can. Somebody shows up. That's not how you handle things. You would have to pass policy that could abolish HOAs. You know? Now, granted, I'm from Louisiana, and so some HOAs ain't that bad. In Louisiana, you know how it was. Even if the whole neighborhood was pristine, there was always that one person that their entire yard was just full of shit. You know what I mean? Everything in that thing. They'd have lawnmowers out there, damn kid toys, fucking camper out there. You know what I mean? Got the grill. I mean, just all kinds of shit. 16 dirt bikes, you know. And so, like, I understand why HOAs exist. Got a car on blocks. I understand why it exists. But damn, man, it's getting too crazy around here. Kills your home value. My HOA doesn't play. They send pictures letting you know to shape up. It's their goddamn home. Let them do what they want. Hey, man. Unfortunately, we have to share this land. All right? I get it. If we were more spread out, sure. Do whatever you want. But when we on top of each other, I don't need your shit right next to my shit that fucking close. You know what I'm coming from? Lizzie with the 11 months. Thank you so much. Luke, if you want banner, you're next. I found the mod view, Luke. Don't make me go through it. If you're here right now to unban anyone, it's going to be that ass. Let me say this. The podcast squad, you is on the shit list right now. Okay, Les, Liv, Luke, don't push me. You might end up on that list too. That's why you move into the boonies and buy a farm. The problem is the boonies ain't got good internet. You know where I'm coming from? I like living out in the middle of nowhere too until I need good internet. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing that gets me, man. Trust me. I like being away from everything. Out in the middle of nowhere. Love that shit until I need good internet. Starlink, yeah. All right, let's watch this video.
Shadowkeep is probably the first year of Destiny that actually looks similar to the up until now modern version of the game. And as strange as it sounds after just glazing Forsaken like that, this is actually the period of Destiny I'm most nostalgic for, and the period I also have the most great memories within. So Bungie outright told us that Shadowkeep was going to be smaller than Forsaken, now that they had split from Activision and didn't have all the help of High Moon and Vicarious Visions. Destination was a slightly expanded version of Destiny 1's Moon, and the story was mid at best, outside the last mission, which was pretty cool. And even the raid, though, didn't even quite live up to what we were used to. But on the other hand, we had additions like Cross Save, Seasonal Artifacts, Champions, I think they're mostly fine, you guys are just babies, and Armor 3.0, which brought stats back to armor and replaced the perks on them with slottable mods. Now trust me, the system wasn't great for a while, but it set the foundation for the true RPG style build crafting like never before seen in the franchise. Oh, and we also got finishers, very cool.
Ready? Oh, wait. Yeah. Boom.
The game also went free to play here, and all of Year One's content was now free for all players. That's 3 campaigns, 3 raids, all of PvP, and a bunch of other random stuff that I just can't remember. The seasonal model was gearing in shape. It didn't exactly have weekly stories, but it did have seasonal activities, artifact, and even loot distinct from the expansions. And honestly, the seasonal narratives this year were the best part of the year. We had live events, crazy stock market economies, amazing missions, and once again, an evolving world. In Season of Undying, we saw Vex incursions spreading across the moon, bare minimum, but I'll count it. In Dawn, we completed the perfect paradox and literally traveled back in time to save an NPC character who would then help us relight the Trials of Osiris only once we donated enough of the Fractaline seasonal currency. It was like a stock exchange, it was really cool. And then in Worthy, we'd see the Almighty growing closer to Earth each week, and as we armed the Warmind, Rasputin's towers would rise across the EDZ, Moon, and Io. This would culminate in the Tower Live event where we blew that shit up in front of our eyes. And our rivals literally had the Blackfleet show up on our doorstep for the first time. They invaded Mercury, Mars, Io, and Titan. And on Io, we got regular lore dumps from the Tree of Silver Wings, from who we now know to be the Witness. This season ended with yet another live event in the last city with the Traveler.
God, dude, I didn't think, I mean, like, Shadowkeep wasn't on the same level, wasn't on the scope as Forsaken, but in terms of propelling the story forward. And it was also one of the few times that we really gave Bungie like so much grace. Like the Destiny community gave Bungie, because we knew, we like, hey, you guys are on your own, you're independent now. We gave them so much grace with Shadowkeep. We had faith. We had faith, man.
Healing itself and pushing away the Black Fleet, which just took all the planets that would end up being vaulted. That's right. Content vaulting actually had a lore foundation, but it was kind of cool at the time. So this year we kind of saw a slight push towards a more casual Destiny, which I think comes hand in hand with the seasonal model. When stuff isn't going to stick around anymore, it just makes sense for things to be easier to obtain. I get that mindset. Pinnacle weapons even became ritual weapons, which no longer had an exotic style perk. We saw exotics become easier to get, mainly being quest focused now. And we also only got the 1 raid and 1 dungeon for the whole year, with no updates to them. While the seasonal content was poppin', and Trials of Osiris was really fun during this time, endgame PvE was starting to find a smaller, more niche, and in my opinion, kind of worse role in the game. Nightfall's...
Let me say this. Trials was terrible. That shit was awful. No, guys. The version of Trials you play now is a version of Trials that has some barriers, right? Paywall, a somewhat functioning anti-cheat. Back then, ain't nothing existed there. You realize in a single core, you would run into like arguably 40% cheaters. Disregard the metas. It's not like, look, the metas is one thing, but the cheaters were awful. Oh yeah, between the cheating and the boosting and all kinds of stuff. Console Trials was fine. Was it really? Was Console Trials really fun? Did you guys have a good time? Yes, we had a great time. No, it sucked on console. Console was good. Back in, hoes didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They're all over me. Spartan. Fuck you talking about? Keep this shit to trials right now. Yeah, only a handful of cheaters.
Became Nightfall the Ordeals, which had difficulty levels similar to what you'd see today, all the way up to Master. Grandmasters would just come a few months later, and the thing is, these are mainly all meant to just farm the new enhancement prisms and Ascendant Shard materials used for Armor 3.0. And as a side note, GMs are also way harder back then compared to what they are today. I don't really know where else to put this in, but I do want to mention the rise in FOMO this year. You see, seasons didn't just go away at the end of an expansion cycle. They would be removed the following season, and they stuck with that the whole year. The one exception to the casualification of the game this year came in the Season of Dawn's community puzzle, which took thousands of people 6 days to solve for a pretty awesome conclusion, which I won't go into here. If Shadowkeep is where the Destiny of today first came into sight, Beyond Light is where the community of today first came into sight. And honestly, it's hard to blame them. Beyond Light hit us with the double whammy of gear sunsetting and content vaulting. Gear sunsetting just meant that a weapon or armor piece only had a lifespan of a year from its release before it could no longer be infused any higher. And content vaulting was Bungie taking chunks of the game that weren't relevant anymore away from us and throwing them into the dumpster. Oh, you paid for this stuff? Too bad. Read the terms and conditions next time, buddy. I still remember how few weapons there were at launch too. People were not happy. No one had any loot. Eventually, Bungie would reverse sunsetting, but content vaulting is still with us to this day, and it's bad. In just one day, we lost 3 campaigns, 5 raids, 4 patrols, and a bunch of strikes and Crucible maps, and plenty more. All of these bad decisions.
Guys, there had to have been a better alternative. Like, looking back on it now, like, there had to have been a better alternative. Look, somebody at Bungie is just going to have to become like an optimization nerd. You know, like Steve at DE? What's that guy so proud of? Like, he's obviously proud of like Warframe and Soulframe and everything that the game has grown and accomplished. But what is the one thing that like he always is like the proudest about? The file size. Like, he's always like, his thing is like, how do we make Warframe the most optimized gaming experience ever? And it's the reason why that game is like only like what, 60 gigs or some shit. It runs on mobile. The full game runs on mobile devices. You know what I'm saying? Steve is also the CEO. Right. I know that. But the point I'm trying to make is it's nice to have somebody at the top of leadership nerd out over arguably the thing that can make your game crumble, which is optimization. Versus, I have a Microsoft background and I come from marketing. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying. All right, Jeff. Get in my stand of this.
Decisions really soured the Destiny community, despite the content of Beyond Light actually being pretty good. The story, while not great, was significantly better than Shadowkeep's. The raid was a fan favorite, including some amazing music, set pieces, and unforgettable moments. We got our first Darkness subclass 2 in Stasis, and it even had an entirely new subclass customization system instead of the boring trees we talked about earlier. We even got crossplay to finally bridge the gap between platforms. And that stupid decision to have seasons vault themselves every 3 months, removed. Even Vault of Glass returned. And to be real with you, this time was just a blur for me. PvP was in a horrible state because of stasis. The seasonal cycle that we'd have for the next 3 years was now set in stone. You log in every week, you play the seasonal story, and then you grind the activity. And there wasn't much more beyond that. The seasonal stories were really good, the strongest we'd seen yet, but besides that, it was kind of a copy-paste year of the Year of Shadowkeep, but with lower community sentiment due to the aforementioned circumstances. I don't think it's a hot take to say that the worst thing that ever happened to Destiny was the content vault. And one of the reasons for that is what I want to talk about next, the onboarding experience. See, when the entirety of Year 1 got the boot, so did the game's tutorial and onboarding campaign experience. Bungie's solution? Bring back the Cosmodrome, first mission of D1, and do some bare minimum shit on top of that, and call it a day. This is to say, the game had such a bad onboarding experience now that it might as well have not had one at all. If you ever wonder why Destiny has such an old player base and dwindling player population, this is why. Nobody can start playing anymore comfortably. I'll also mention that to me, this is the first time that the game felt more transactional and gamey, if that makes sense. Despite still feeling great, the illusion of Destiny being the experience where you never know what's around the next corner or what you might find next is shattered when you have the game being chopped up in front of your eyes and perfectly good gear you've earned and had for years become unusable overnight because Bungie had to place an arbitrary number cap on them just so they could lazily keep us on a treadmill. In a world full of seasonal roadmaps that promise us specific loot and quests on specific dates, the aura of mystery and discovery I was praising Destiny for earlier in this video had vanished. And don't get me wrong, my buddies and I were still having a blast, but the game to consumer relationship had subconsciously shifted overnight. Many see Witch Queen as some of Bungie's best work, and while I'm not entirely disagreeing, I have some choice words to say about a few changes made during this time. They will be moderately hot takes to some. Starting with the objective good, the campaign. Not only did Bungie make their best Destiny campaign yet, but they also introduced a legendary difficulty, which brought revive tokens, enemies that actually fought back, including the new Hive Guardians, and really well thought out and lengthy boss fights. Even in their marketing, you could tell Bungie was trying to capture a new audience, the narrative players. Players that would buy the expansion primarily or even solely for the campaign. Maybe they'd stick around after that, maybe not. How well did this work? Well, we have no idea, only Bungie knows that. And for all these new enemies, what did Bungie give us to fight them? Well, let me introduce you to the Glaive and Void 3.0. That's right, throughout the year, Bungie would update all of our subclasses to the new 3.0 subclass system, introducing new aspects, melees, sometimes grenades and supers too, and all for free. This probably confused the fuck out of new players and extreme casuals, but W Bungie. While most players were
Guys, it was so good though. It was so good. The game, every 3 months, it was just, when you added those 3.0 subclasses in, holy shit. 3.0 needed to happen, without a doubt. I mean, let's also be real. You know, Witch Queen / Beyond Light could have been D3, be honest. Like, they could have, oh man, just looking back, could have kept everything into a D2, move on to the next game, boom. Now we're going to do a D3 with all the new subclasses. You know what I mean? But then you had, at this point in time, you still had a number of people that didn't want to say goodbye, even to some of their old loot, even though things were getting sunset. They wanted to hang on to their same characters, everything else. And so I just don't think sacrificing Destiny's onboarding was worth that. Looking back now, I just don't think it was worth that. If you could, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Like, if you couldn't optimize and you had to move to an entirely new game to keep the content expanding. But then you'd be in a situation there too, is like, well, what if you do want to go back and play all that old shit? Dude, Bungie's going to have to just get real fucking nerdy for D3, man. And like, let's just cut to the chase. Is the limiting factor the Tiger engine? If it is, can we somehow optimize Tiger for D3? If we can't, can we somehow pivot to another engine? Is D3 confirmed? No, this guy's video is before you make a D3, watch this video. Nothing is confirmed. I know there's a lot of rumors out there, but I still think it's a good video to watch if there potentially is a D3 being made. D3 is confirmed. Show me where it's confirmed. I've literally been asking for confirmation / source and yet to be provided this. It was leaked on Twitter. Oh my God. Thank God. Dude, this whole time, I thought there was no source. Twitter, though. Perfect. We're good. Boys, hey, everybody, wrap it up. D3's coming. Let's go. Let's go. They said it on Twitter. It's real. Grok told me, and he's never wrong. Except for every time I ask him a fucking question. Other than that, he's never wrong.
Super happy with this period of time. I was a little bit emo about one thing specifically, crafting. I realized that with this new red border system, I could give two shits about most weapon drops I'd get. Seasonal content felt like a checklist to me, just to get all the weapons craftable and never play that content again, which as a completionist with...
You fuckers made me get that hair, all right? Y'all made me get that hair. That was not a voluntary choice.
Limited vault space was great, but as someone who actually played the game for the grind, man, the grind, I felt like something was way off. I know the player base is pretty much 50-50 split on the crafting situation, so I'd love to hear your thoughts about it in the comments. Be nice. Honestly, I'm not even married to an opinion on it anymore. Season of the Haunted also brought back the Leviathan, but not as a permanent space. It was kind of a temporary patrol-ish space for the seasonal activity, and I'm about to sound like a real crybaby here, but I don't care. I don't like the trend of temporarily bringing back old destinations just for a seasonal activity. This is honestly not a big offender in that regard, because it was around for most of the year and basically was a patrol zone, but this will change in the future, so I'm planting that seed now. And if you were a PvP player during this time, you'd be struggling. While Subclass 3.0 wasn't nearly as gnarly as Stasis in its prime, it still wasn't a pretty sight. Even worse, you'd have more luck finding a drop of water in the Sahara Desert than finding any new maps coming to the game. Though in Haunted, we finally got our first new map in 805 days, and it was Disjunction. Take it back, Bungie, you can keep that one. Bungie would instead put PvP dev time into kind of weird game modes that nobody really cares for. I appreciate the effort, but 95% of the player base only wants to play Control and Trials. Anything outside of that, unless you've got a real banger, just seems like a lot of wasted dev time, and maybe that's a hot take for me. I even like a lot of the comp game modes they've added. Overall, the year of Witch Queen felt like Bungie found a new, nice flow in raid and dungeon content. We were getting into the rhythm of a raid or dungeon releasing every 3 months. We went from Vow to Duality to King's Fall to Spire of the Watcher, and if it weren't for these activities specifically, I think the community would look at Witch Queen as nothing revolutionary. Everything was good, but nothing was really changing. No harm in that front by any means, but when I continue mentioning how the game started to feel more transactional, this is what I mean. You pay for the year, you get the formula, but formula hardly changes. The formula was holding so strong, in fact, that we noticed that year after year, the middle of the year season was always the weakest, followed by the very strong final season leading into the next expansion, like clockwork. And before we head on over to Lightfall, it sounds like I really hated Witch Queen. I loved Witch Queen. Season of the Seraph and its awesome send-off.
Yes, Bungie has always loaded their final season. Why? Because they want pre-orders for the next annual expansion. That's why those seasons are always better.
You get the formula, but formula hardly changes. The formula was holding so strong, in fact, that we noticed that year after year, the middle of the year season was always the weakest, followed by the very strong final season leading into the next expansion, like clockwork. And before we head on over to Lightfall, it sounds like I really hated Witch Queen. I loved Witch Queen. Season of the Seraph and its awesome send-off into Lightfall was one of my all-time favorite moments in the Destiny franchise. And for those who weren't around, we had an amazing season finale mission that involved us preventing the Witness's forces from blowing up the Traveler by literally sacrificing Rasputin. And the finale cutscene looks like something straight out of the minds of Destiny's original creators, where the Traveler leaves the last city, goes to orbit, recreates the OG Destiny Traveler art, and plants its metaphorical feet in the ground to ultimately make its final stand against the Black Fleet. absolutely phenomenal. I have no notes. 10 out of 10 Bungie. Surely Lightfall is going to be a banger too.
When you realize Snoop is a better character than Zavala.
Alright, I'll cut right to it. Lightfall killed any positive momentum that the game had gained since Beyond Light. The campaign was fun gameplay-wise, but was narratively a complete tone-deaf mess with annoying and or quippy characters. Nobody liked it. We all remember Bife's infamous video that was basically a WTF happened analysis to Bungie. And we hit peak player counts too, unfortunately. So everyone had to see that. This was supposed to be—
God, dog it, man. It's like when you fuck up, you hope it's when you have the lowest player count ever, right? So no one sees that shit. I think like that's what you hope for. But the fact that everyone saw it, we were at record numbers.
Our Infinity War moment, and they dropped the ball hard. Even the raid was a joke, one of the easiest they've ever made, and most buggy too. True story, on day one contest mode of this raid, we found it was easiest if our friend Harley just soloed the mechanics of the first encounter, while the other 5 of us did nothing but ad clear. And it was basically like that for the entire raid. 1 to 2 people doing mechanics, while everyone else shoots Cabal in the face, and that's all. The only good encounter was the planets encounter, because it was the only one that was actually a raid encounter. I have no idea why this happened, but it did, so I'm including it. Most of the expansion—
And keep in mind, they claim that the planets encounter was pulled from Salvation's Edge. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was just a theory. Planets is the best. I'm just saying, if that was not in the raid, it would have been the worst raid in history. I love planets in Pantheon. Yes. It's a very strong theory.
Just felt, I guess, direct raid. 1 to 2 people doing mechanics, while everyone else shoots Cabal in the face, and that's all. The only good encounter was the planets encounter, because it was the only one that was actually a raid encounter. I have no idea why this happened, but it did, so I'm including it. Most of the expansion just felt, I guess, directionless. And it was kind of the first time where I had no idea what Bungie's vision was for the DLC, assuming there even was a vision. The universe's death was literally on our doorstep, but nobody was acting like it. We're fighting through this supposed hidden vast neon cityscape filled with survivors of the collapse, yet it was small and completely empty. We have these new player commendations and guardian ranks to prove how helpful and experienced you are as a player, but they're all just meaningless and annoying. Like, if I want to get to guardian rank 11, why do I need to prove that I can get a bunch of blue commendation ratings? How does that prove my worth as a player in any way? Thankfully, we did get 3 really cool features with Lightfall: Strand, Tormentors, and Loadouts. Whoever is in charge of these, good work, promotions for you. Everyone else, what the fuck happened? Well, actually, that's not true. I did love the music, and it annoys me that some of my favorite Destiny 2 music is now tied to the worst narrative I've ever played. Lightfall seasons were strong, maybe besides Defiance, but the expansion tie-in seasons have never been good. My only gripe is we got more of the, we're gonna bring back this destination, but only in the seasonal activity. And this time it was Titan. Just let me patrol Titan. Seriously though, at least the dungeons this year were awesome. Definitely my favorites in the whole franchise. And Crota's End was super fun and difficult on contest mode.
Yes, it was.
The seasons answered a lot of Lightfall's questions, which I guess was better than not answering them at all. But more importantly, they set up Final Shape very nicely, but not as nicely as Into the Light. You can't see my script, but I'm giving Into the Light its own subheading as if it were an actual expansion, because it was that fucking good. You see, Bungie needed a big delay for the Final Shape, so they filled the gap with a completely free-to-play update focused solely on people who want a challenge to gear up for the biggest bad we've ever fought, and they delivered big time. Into the Light focused on 3 major activities. I'll start first with Onslaught, Destiny's first wave-style horde mode. Set on Earth-based Crucible maps, Onslaught would have us fighting wave over wave of baddies while earning scrap to build up defenses around the ADU. If the ADU breaks, you go to orbit, but every 10 rounds, you'd have a boss fight that would drop loot. And at wave 50, you win, and you get bonus rewards. And it was hard. You think you're doing fine, then a giant fucking tormentor spawns next to you, sucks the light out of your friend, and body slams you into the ADU. Back to orbit. Some of the most iconic weapons from Destiny 2's past are back and better than ever. And there's Hung Jury. And you could even get rare shiny versions with double perks. We also had a custom social space for it to attune specific weapons. Amazing. Bungie also finally unvaulted the Whisper and Outbreak missions, making the weapons craftable with new perks that pushed them beyond what they were previously capable of. And they even changed the missions up a little bit, which I appreciated. And lastly, the best part about Into the Light was Pantheon. Week after week for 1 month, we got a boss rush gauntlet for most of Destiny 2's past raids. And each week would add 1 or 2 more bosses to the gauntlet and would be at a higher and higher power level until it all culminated on week 4, which was some of the hardest and most fun raiding I've ever had to do in my life. See, not only did you have to complete each encounter, but if you were trying to get the title, emblems, and bragging rights, you had to reach a score threshold too, meaning you had to do each encounter in under a certain amount of time. This usually just meant you had to two-phase the boss. Most of the encounters were also critically changed, forcing you to interact with more mechanics and invest in survivability. Remember Rolk? Now there's fucking 2 of them. Exploits were also fixed, so no more cheating Riven or Nezarec. Nezi became a still buggy but chaotic firefight where every player truly had to fight for their lives. Not Rolk though, that guy got yeeted. And on these endeavors, you'd be showered in spoils of conquests, raid weapons, including adepts, red borders, and that title. And what was the title called? Godslayer? Still rocking it to this day, baby. Even PvP players are throwing a bone because we got a 3-map pack dropping around this time. All 3 maps were actually pretty good, praise the Lord. And while this fully didn't recover the player count, those who played felt appreciated. Especially for a free update, this would go down as some of the most hyped time in Destiny. And Bungie, thank you for that. And don't you?
It was such a small time frame too. It's amazing to me how good Into the Light was in such a small time frame. You know what I mean? It was the perfect lead up into Final Shape. It could not have gone any better. The momentum that like shifted in Bungie's favor around this time, guys, like they really were able to recapture a lot of the momentum they lost with Lightfall. The other issue, here's the issue though, and then we kind of saw this go down the road with the rest of their developments. Bungie's really tried to recapture Into the Light. But what if Into the Light was truly successful because of Final Shape? Because we had context for why it was we were doing Pantheon, why it was we were doing Onslaught. We wanted the best possible gear that we could have. Even if we don't even use 95% of what we get, we want to have it just in case, because right around the corner, we've got the most dangerous bad guy we've ever dealt with. We had purpose. Like all the game-wide, we had purpose.
Don't you worry, there's a little bit more glaze coming up. I think that in 5 years' time or so, people will realize that this may have been Destiny's absolute peak, even if it was short-lived. There's not much that Final Shape did wrong. We got Prismatic, a new enemy faction, the Dread, exotic class items, allowing you to combine specific parts of other exotics together, new weapon types, and Destiny's best campaign yet. The destination was surreal and very different from anything we'd seen before, which is ironic because it's literally a physical manifestation of our Guardian's memories along with a few other characters. Cade 6 was back, but in an emotionally complex and satisfactory way that didn't only fit the narrative but supported it. We even matched Lightfall's player count, and damn, if Lightfall weren't such a shit show, we could have blown it out of the water. This was also Destiny's first and currently only linear destination built to fit the campaign, and man, it helped. Every mission ended with you camped out closer and closer to the Witness's looming monolith. And through the campaign, we'd unlock more and more upgrades for our new Prismatic subclass, allowing us to combine aspects, fragments, and abilities from all of our other elemental subclasses and mix them together.
Dude, this shit was so hype. Y'all remember the first time we saw Prismatic? Y'all remember that? I couldn't believe it. Bungie was giving us the thing that we would just fantasize about. Just like when you talk about like, hey, what would make Destiny really cool? People would say like, oh, mixing all my subclasses together. That sounds pretty cool. But no one actually thought that would ever become a real thing. We just said it because we thought it was fucking cool. Anime as hell. And then it happened. We together, motherfucker, you played it before us? I don't remember that. You sure? I played this? Before y'all? Before we saw it together? I think it was the other way around. I can't remember. A long time ago. The point is, it was quite the experience. I couldn't believe what Bungie had done here.
For new effects. Honestly, what a great idea to just make familiar abilities feel 100% fresh and new, and to find a new home for a lot of them in the sandbox. But we also would get a new aspect and super for each class on top of that. So your prismatic subclass still had new toys to destroy the battlefield with. This expansion didn't just innovate on subclasses exotics in the campaign though, it innovated on individual missions. Firstly, after the raid, the final campaign mission was 12 players, involved mini raid mechanics, and had NPC allies of all factions fighting alongside us, bookended with insane cutscenes. This was our endgame, it felt like that, it was perfect. And if you wanted those exotic class items, look no further than Dual Destiny. A 2-player cooperative timed mission involving puzzle solving in the middle of a pretty tough combat cycle. I know a lot of solo players were upset that they needed to play with someone to get these exotic class items, but guys, that's the point. Destiny from the very beginning was always meant to push you outside of your comfort zone. If you wanted to get Thorn in D1, you'd better be prepared to play a lot of PvP and get good at it because dying loses progress. Then go take on a crazy hard mission of the Summoning Pit Strike to kill a high value target. Or if you wanted malfeasance back in the day, you had to play a shit ton of Gambit, and when that meatball finally showed up, you and your team better fight your little hearts out to steal the kill from the enemies. Destiny's at its best when you aren't alone, when you have something to strive towards. You need a Fireteam to save the world, so get out of Solo Ops Caldera and go play a raid. And if you're looking for a tough one, let me introduce you to Salvation's Edge. Finally, a raid that took even longer to beat than Last Wish at almost 19 hours, and only that one team beat it in the first day. Let me make that clear, the second place team took 25 hours to clear. Now that's the raid scene I love. Not to
Guys, I can't express to you how much I aged during this raid. I'm pretty sure all of my health problems came about because of this raid. Yeah, we got some issues going on, but it's all good. But absolutely worth it. You hear me? Absolutely fucking worth it. I felt look. I doing this raid when we went past like hour 30 something. It's like my entire body was like I felt nothing anymore. It was a strange sensation. You know, it was like only some of the organs were working. My eyesight barely going. You know what I'm coming from? All I knew was I just needed to just keep shooting ads. That's it. And brother, it was so magical. It was so magical. Degenerate Simulator. It was the final shape. It's pretty crazy. If contest was 24 hours, we would only have one team clear. Yeah.
Brag or anything, but my team did make it all the way to Witness on contest mode. In truth, playing Final Shape made me feel as close to experiencing Destiny again for the first time as I'll probably ever feel. The world felt wild, alive, and changing. There were secrets to discover, such as hidden chests in the world to unlock new prismatic abilities, Syst mini-missions where you'd be guided by birds made of light, and several exotics and catalysts to unlock by exploring the world. Every mission felt inspired and distinct from the previous. The loot was amazing, Prismatic was thrilling, the dread were terrifying, the activities were all fresh, and there were payoffs that were years in the making. And this is in stark contrast to the seasonal episodes that would follow. Echoes was forgettable at best, Revenant was a little better on the narrative front, though still had some questionable decisions, and fortunately though, the year would end very strong with Heresy, our return to the Dreadnought, and the Ghost of Oryx. As this year went on, Bungie also pulled back on crafting, where eventually we had double and triple perk drops and shiny variants in its place. I loved this in Heresy so much. Every single run of the Nether or Court of Blades would offer me a chance to get a super god roll. Did I need it? No. Did I really want it? Yeah. My only complaint is, once again, they brought back the Dreadnought only for the seasonal activity. But I digress. Surely the loot system will stay this good, right? And here we finally are at today, the Edge of Fate. Quite the appropriate name for the game that currently has an uncertain future. Now I'm gonna rip into this DLC, but let me first say that I at least appreciate that Bungie did try to shake things up, but this ain't it, Chief. So much change that I'm gonna have to speed run through this, but that doesn't mean that each change listed here isn't monumental. Number 1, bye-bye director. Yep, that planet.
What are y'all talking about? Well, hold on. What is this aware shit? What are y'all talking about? Am I supposed to be aware of something? Hold on. What I miss something? Oh, y'all just okay. Jesus, I thought something just crashed with the stream or something. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Cardo, thank you so much for the 10 man. All right. Jeez, I don't have to fucking start over now.
The Edge of Fate. Quite the appropriate name for the game that currently has an uncertain future. Now I'm gonna rip into this DLC, but let me first say that I at least appreciate that Bungie did try to shake things up, but this ain't it, Chief. So much change that I'm gonna have to speed run through this, but that doesn't mean that each change listed here isn't monumental. Number 1, bye-bye director. Yep, that planet screen that everyone's been interacting with for 11 years, sunset. It's still there, but no new or modern content is put there anymore. For that, you get this Hulu Roku looking screen called the Portal. Is it easier to understand? Sure. Is it ugly, soulless, and makes me not want to interact with the game anymore? Somehow, yes. The only positive thing about it is you can fully customize activity modifiers and difficulty, but even then, I will still always prefer pre-selected modifiers. When I select an activity, I want to adapt my skill set and loadout to what best suits that activity. With the Portal, you do it the other way around. Now I could just use the same OP build in every single activity, and I'm actually incentivized to do so. And instead of ever just clicking on activity and starting it, I now have to go through like 4 sub-screens to select the right modifiers. So fun. But hey, I could just go play through the director and farm the gear there, right? Number 2, the loot problem. No, you can't. At least not for the new stuff. You see, new gear is a bonus applied to any stuff that drops post Edge of Fate. New gear weapons and armor also provide you with an increase in defense and weapon damage. And some activities even require only new gear loadouts. Plus, new gear has this tiered rating system offering enhanced perks, magazines, barrels, mods, and even origin traits as you progress in the tiers. Cool on paper, but there are 2 glaring problems here. The first is that you can only get this gear from the aforementioned horrible portal screen. The second issue is tied to number 3, the leveling. You see, Bungie wanted power level to be the main grind in Edge of Fate. Everything in the portal levels you up, and once you get to higher and higher power levels, you get higher and higher tiers of loot. Outside of once more forcing you to play the portal to progress, this also meant that tier 5s drop like candy and have no meaning once you reach higher power levels. Bungie was going to, I guess, address this by having seasonal power resets, but that's such a horrible decision that they walked that back too. So I guess we're just perma tier 5 guardians now. And with triple perks in each column, you just get your god roll in 2 to 3 drops max now. And this is a small nitpick, but I actually hate how everything is blue. I look at my inventory and all the tier 5 weapons look the exact same. I know you could take off the ornament, but I wish they were just off by default or were something other than just all looking blue. What's really funny is we literally have 2 rarity systems built into the game now. Common, uncommon, rare, legendary, exotic, but then now we also have 5 sub-rarities of legendaries, maybe even more depending on how you count them. My only other issue with the
y'all don't like the blue? Again, Bungie took what worked in Into the Light, and they're like, let's apply this to the entire game. But that's when I circle back to Was Into the Light successful because of the context of Final Shape? It being the build up for Final Shape. You see what I mean? I think I like shinies. I do like shinies. The shiny variants. And they wanted the tier 5s to stand out. I will say to a new player, I wonder, is it confusing? Is it like, okay, I've got this tier 1 through 4 version of a weapon, then a tier 5 version, and then there's there's events that occur where I can get a tier 5 hollow foil version of that tier 5. You know what I mean? It's like, what do I keep? You know? Shiny shouldn't be ugly. Well, keep in mind, that's my biggest issue with Destiny, is the tier system is essentially just replaced. Think about it. D1, you had white gear, your common gear. You worked your way up to green gear, uncommon gear. You got blue gear, your rare gear. And then eventually you made your way to legendary gear with an exotic here and there. The way Destiny is now is you skip common, uncommon, rare, and pretty much go straight into legendary. But all it's done is just taken the place of those things. You've got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. You got these different versions of legendary gear. But half this chat would yab if they got a green day 1. Sonny with a 5, get this up. Sonny, thank you so much, man. Chat, please drop some love for this gent. Thank you, Sonny.
Is that it's pretty much just split between these 4 pools now. Solo Ops, Fireteam Ops, Pinnacle Ops, and Crucible. I mean, the fact that you can play Warlord's Ruin, Duality, Onslaught, and then the Coil, and you've still never left the same loot pool is just insane to me. The loot just all feels samey now, especially when it's all blue. So remember how I said Destiny was starting to feel more transactional? This is the worst it's ever been in that department. Eververse is filled with at least feels like more armor sets than we actually have in the base game. The mystery and exploratory nature that Destiny once had has now been filled with a Hulu menu. Long-term aspirational gear chases have been replaced by a 4-minute solo op run to get a perfect god-rolled meta weapon first try. And I hate to be that guy, but I feel like so much time goes into adding more and more menus to the UI for little to no reason, when there are such bigger issues the game has. I don't want to spend all this time in these menus anymore, I just want to play the game, man. But now even that requires more sub-menus. There were parts of this expansion I really did like. The narrative was very intriguing to me, even though it's a little different. Kepler is pretty cool, nothing outstanding, but different enough for me to appreciate it. And while exploring Kepler in the early days, I felt a hint of that D1 mystery sauce that I kept bringing up. The new armor system is also great. I haven't played with any of the set bonuses yet, but I do intend to. And the raid seems pretty cool, especially the epic variant. I was out of town for the contest mode, and my friends don't really play anymore though, so unfortunately, it's Destiny's first raid that I still haven't done. I can't say anything good about the mid-season update. Ash and Iron, this is embarrassing. They marketed these mid-season updates as around the scope of Into the Light, and I'm offended by that comparison. We got 3 reskins of one soulless activity in a weird hybrid version of the Plaguelands and Cosmodrome. There's no exploration, as you hit these invisible walls when you try to, and we would teleport between the normal-ass Cosmodrome and snowy Plaguelands without any plague. We weren't even fighting Fallen, let alone Siva splicers, and no Iron Lords were present at all. When they first announced this, I was more hyped for Ash and Iron than I was for Edge of Fate. But wow, I feel like this is the most gimmicky, cheap update I've ever.
Siva isn't a dead state. This is Siva in its dead state. Okay, disregarding Siva, the point is that the Plaguelands as a whole feels like a watered down, like, disregarding like the aesthetic of Siva, as a whole feels much more watered down, neutered version of what we experience in Destiny 1. Yeah, just call it the lands. Not even the Plague Lands. Bungie's really pulled back on the exploring side. There's really just no exploration. It's just like, hey, load into your zone, kill your stuff, bounce. You know what I mean? Kepler is filled with exploration. Right. But again, he's talking about Ash and Iron right here. Ash and Iron was supposed to carry us, from September until now. And I would say it pretty much failed at that in every aspect. Yeah. Pretty much failed at that. The guy's making great points too, as far as like all the different activities that are present, yet it's the same loot pool across all of them. They're great because you agree with them? You're saying that I think that what's being said here is great because I agree with it. Well, yeah, I do. Guess what? If you looked at Destiny's player population between Edge of Fate and now, I would say a lot of people probably agree on some level with what's being said here. All right? Look, guys, we can't improve shit if we keep playing pretend here. You know what I mean? Like, how can we let feedback be heard if we're going to somehow just stick our head in the sand and play pretend that things are just great? Everything's great. Everything's fine. And if it's not fine, it's just because you're disagreeable. And look, this is coming from someone who's very optimistic about Renegades. But like every other expansion that's ever come before, we have to analyze it and go, hey, this is what worked. This is what didn't work. And there's just a lot that didn't work. And if you don't believe me right now, if you're thinking, Cross, you're just doom posting yet again, then go check out the interviews that Bungie themselves had with, I think, who was it? It was Mac. Did Bife do one? Maybe Rick Kakis. The point is that these interviews took place, and what did Bungie themselves say? That they didn't nail it. And there's a lot they got wrong with Edge of Fate. Scarrow was another one. Bife did one on lore.
Played in Destiny, and even the exotic mission is the weakest I've ever seen. I genuinely think community sentiment would have been higher if this update didn't come out at all. You can only do the return to the Plaguelands shtick once, and it seemed like an easy win when they would do it, but with basically no narratives, no Iron Lord themed armor, no Felwinter Peak, no Siva, no Wrath of the Machine, no Siva Strikes, and just one half-baked activity, they failed. By its very nature, this video is an opinionated piece. 22 pages of my own, is it 22? 22 pages of my own recollection of each era of Destiny. I don't expect you to agree with everything I've said here, but I hope it at least illustrates Destiny's biggest problem over its decade-long run, which is Bungie's failure to learn from its mistakes. At numerous points, Destiny is trying to reinvent the wheel rather than improve on the wheel. We've had iteration over iteration of changes that people didn't ask for. The core game had strong bones that often feel discarded in the name of change for the sake of change. It often just feels like Bungie throws everything at the wall and doesn't even look to see what sticks. They just throw and throw blindly. They don't even learn from their W's. The community doesn't like activity vaulting or sunsetting, yet here we are constantly fighting variations of those ideas even to this day. We don't want FOMO, we want a reason to play. The carrot on the stick can't be the only incentive anymore. The game has to be fun and engaging too, and this year lost a lot of that. The Destiny 2 of today excels in so many places that Destiny 1 failed. But the inverse is also true. The franchise's sense of wonder and mystery in a world larger than you is so rare to come by, or even outright gone now. Even the same locations between Destiny 2 and Destiny 1 just feel different. I won't say objectively worse, but I also think most people would agree that Destiny 2's lighting, brighter, poppier colors, and general atmosphere and art direction don't compare to what we once saw all the way back in 2014. And this isn't just a manifestation of nostalgia, this is very real. But here's the thing, we don't have to choose. Destiny's future can return to his roots and art direction. It can also keep most of the features that we've come to love today. These aren't mutually exclusive at all, but Bungie needs to know that we want it. I know many of you don't trust Bungie to do anything right now just based off of my last video's comments, but there's no harm in at least talking about this. Year after year, Bungie giveth and Bungie taketh. And it's funny how after the worst periods of Destiny, we've always gotten the best times, when Bungie is forced to listen and over-deliver. After D1 launch, we got The Taken King. After D2's launch, Forsaken. After Beyond Light, we got Witch Queen, and after Lightfall, Final Shape. As a player, I'm sick of these crazy ups and downs. The game should be improving every year, not relearning the same lessons. I believe Edge of Fate has had the most walkbacks of any point in Destiny's history.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going crazy living in this loop, and I as a consumer just fail to understand how a company has failed to understand why the community plays this game, despite developing it for 11 years. I get that every person is going to have different perspectives and preferences, but we should at least start by rebuilding the foundation of the core game that everyone wants to play. Strikes, Crucible, Raids and Dungeons, and hell, even Gambit. All of those were once rituals of the player base. They were challenging, fun, had an incentive to jump into, and were updated. Could you imagine asking your buddy to hop on Destiny 2 and play the Strike playlist with me? He'd think you're joking. I'm not a developer, and I don't have a magic solution for most of this stuff. In truth, I just think Destiny's lost its roots. Maybe with the sequel, it could rediscover them. Hell, maybe it doesn't even need a sequel to do it, though I personally doubt that. Destiny didn't used to feel like a game. It felt like a home, a community, an immersive experience. Now it feels like an uncanny imitation of what once was. Today, we're on the doorstep of another expansion. I don't expect it to fix the game for me, and I'm at peace with that. If it does, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe Destiny just isn't for me anymore and I'm the one that's out of touch. But with these player counts, I don't think that's necessarily true either. If you do me a favor though, comment when you enjoyed Destiny the most. It could be a general time, expansion, or season, or maybe even a specific moment you remember. I'm really curious how you view the game too. Hope you guys have a fantastic day. See you around.
Great video. That's a great video.
Let's go.
Doomer videos are eating good right now. Dude, this guy just made damn near an hour-long video hoax. If it was a Doom video, he would have just came out and just been like, hey, Destiny shit right now. Here's the player count number, and then fucked off. My man, you know how long it probably took him to make this video? This is fantastic content. Fine, thank you so much for sharing this with us. Not a Doom post. He literally went through the entire history of Destiny. And I hope that it brought you back. I hope that it brought you back. It showed you a time where you thought, man, this is Destiny. Like, this is the Destiny experience. Video link. Let me drop it in here, guys. Y'all go show him some love, man. This was fantastic. Very much enjoyed this video. Al Silverado with the 15 gifted subs. Silverado, thank you so much, man. I completely agree with what he's saying, though. I think Edge of Fate really reflected that we're at an identity crisis within Destiny. It also doesn't help that this is following Final Shape and all that stuff. And a lot of people quit for for those reasons. Final Shape was the send-off for them. However, if a D3 is actually getting made, you have got to nail what it is that makes Destiny Destiny. That is the core. You got to have that nailed down. That's got to be your North Star. And that will guide you throughout the entire development process. Destiny 3 isn't being made. The current projects can't even be maintained. Bungie dies in 2026. See, that's doom posting, hoax. That right there, that's what you call doom posting. Not this damn 55-minute long video that was very well organized and presented to us. There's levels. Hoax, you go make me a 55-minute video. Go make me a 30-minute video. Cross, you could try your best to be hopeful, but you know as well as I do, Bungie is cooked. Hey, man. I'm just a guy that likes to play video games. I got no dog in the hunt. I sit here in front of you. I experience things with you. I hope it works out. But if it doesn't, we always got a Warframe. Or Soulframe. Or both. I've been checking out MMOs. So Destiny dying wouldn't impact you? Oh man, dude, it would for sure. But you gotta, I mean, look, man. It would impact all of us. But at the end of the day, I would rather Destiny die than turn into something I can't even recognize. Is that selfish? Maybe. Obviously, the game doesn't have to be just made for me. That's essentially what I advocate. Is a game for me. Edge of Fate altered the identity of Destiny a lot. And I really am curious to see how, and I don't think Renegade's is going to be able to address this. I think we're going to have a good time in Renegades. I think people are going to enjoy the weapons. I hope the dungeon's really good. I think the campaign's going to be pretty solid. But I think this type of identity crisis is going to take a year, maybe a year to get right. If even that. Because you can't just, no. Bungie can't just come out and just be like, hey, red subclass. Because you're just going to be looking at the same core issues with the new subclass. You understand? You'll be looking at the same problems. But standing in a new subclass. Red subclass does not equal game fix, guys. There's a core problem, a core identity crisis for Destiny right now. The fact that anyone at Bungie thought the tier system was a good idea would be insane to me. It's literally the main thing that kept me from buying new content. So look, I think having really good aspirational loot to chase is fantastic. But having it locked behind a power level and having it to where you could just easily get it when once you reach that level just for participating. You know what I'm saying? Just getting handed out like candy. I think the raid system was pretty good, but the feat system, I think that's pretty solid. But in the history of Destiny, everything has always been locked behind the content getting harder. You want that adept drop? Go flawless in trials. You want that adept palindrome? Get ready to do that hard nightfall, that hard GM nightfall. Yeah. They effectively kill trials. It's over. We said this months ago. All right, Les. You seem way too dissatisfied. All right. I can only deal. I mean, every time I turn around, Mr. fucking negative around here. I swear to fuck. Every time I turn around, the fucking renegades ain't even upon us. You're sitting there moaning and groaning about it. All right. Les is right. And y'all will still vote for Liv. I don't want to hear y'all shit. Don't fucking act like y'all, Les is your boy and y'all stand by him. Bungie literally are not making the hard choices. We'll see. We'll see what shakes out. I don't know what the loot acquisition is going to be like in Renegades. No idea. When we played it, we already had the loot in our hands. So I have no idea what the teardrops are going to be like. I don't know. Bungie's going to address that in Renegades. We'll see. The hard choice is to roll back the portal. I need not an eggplant. I need a poll. Do you think the portal in its entirety should be thrown out? I don't think it's going to happen, but do you think it should be thrown out? Axe that shit. What about the 6-player activity that's coming? That's got the 6-player portal. The eggplant bet should be throw the portal out, keep the portal, rework the portal. Because remember, the portal is also getting the 6-man activities added. Rework it for new lights? Oh, man, dude. I just don't think the portal should justify as a... See, what I think really went wrong with the portal was Bungie knew they didn't have the Red War campaign and the expansions and a proper onboarding experience. So they hoped that the portal would suffice as a means of being content that can get the new player directly into the same shit that we're playing. The problem is a system that doesn't really satisfy core players or new players. But I still want to hear your thoughts. Don't let me change your vote. You vote how you want to vote. Portal makes content easier to access. It does do that. And look, I like that about it. I really do. But it does go against Destiny's identity. For instance, you know, I'm going to go run the final encounter of Warlord's Ruin. And I have pinnacle drops with the focus drop being mint. You know? Or I can get a mint from any of these other ones. Is it strange having this shared loot pool? Whereas back in the day, it would be like, no, you can only get Indebted Kindness or whatever from Warlord's Ruin. And having specific loot pools for those activities. I hate the shared loot pool. The portal fell because the identity of the activities was tied to the loot, but the loot that was offered was universal by the category of ops. Shared loot pools kills the identity of activities, but they couldn't make individual loot for everything. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. I think what Bungie was really hoping for was that we would be like, oh my god, I love the portal. I love this shit. I love tier loot and I love the portal. And then they would have like a Year of the Witch Queen situation where they're like, all right, now let's start putting everything in the portal. And let's start updating all the tiered loots, you know, or updating everything to tiered loot. Shared loot is bad because people are just going to play the new or the easiest activity. Yeah. All right. The poll results came in. Everybody wants a portal rework. So not everybody wants to throw it out. There are people in here that do see the value in it. There is, I guess, some value in it. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Jonesy with the 50 gifted subs. Dimsy, you come in here, you throw down the 50 gifted subs. You put all those eggplants on us right now. For the love of God, chat, I have got to see some eggplants in this stream. I have got to see some appreciation for this man for constantly throwing it down. El Silverado with the 5 gifted subs. Silverado with the 5. Thank you so much, my man. And Doomsy, thank you so much for the big 50 bomb, brother.
I bring gifts of the
Holy
mind,
shit.
Gifts you sorely need.
No, I'm not going to get that wrong. Guys, please drop some eggplants in here for him. Here we go with the throats. It's all right. We have water. If they remove the portal, we would have a full year of wasted development that they walked back on. All right? Let me ask you this. Let's say it like this, because we just got through watching that video about a D3. Do you think a portal should ever exist in a Destiny 3? That's the real question. Because you're right. I don't see it. I don't see the portal being walked back. Do you think the portal should ever exist in a D3? Hold that one. Portal should only be for events. Les, why don't you go work at Bungie so I don't have to hear your shit all the time? You could just do it. No lie, Les. No lie. You could probably get hired. Seriously. No, I'm not joking, Les. I'm not pulling your leg. I actually feel like you would do good at Bungie. There's definitely some things that you're a bit extreme on. But you've been playing this game since the very beginning. I actually feel like you would do good at Bungie. What would my job be? I don't know. Game director? You just show up and say you're going to fix everything. That's it, man. That's all you got to say. And then just fix everything. You guys act like, hold on. No. You think Bungie wouldn't want that? You fucking knock on the door. Hey, I want to work here. Yeah, here's my resume. Listen, I'm going to fix the game. All right? I live and breathe this shit. You see where your game is at now? I will instantly improve this shit. Now, hold on. If you're talking to executives, just say it like this. I will make you way more money for little to no effort on your part with very small investment on the front end. Done. You're not a developer, though? Brother, you don't have to be a developer. You just get in there and you just point at shit. I want that. And then you just sit there and go, bring me your best shit. And then you play it. And then you immediately give feedback. This shit's ass. This is what you've been doing for the past 3 months. Look. You build a throne at the studio. All right? That way everybody has to walk up the steps. You know where I'm coming from? You have a monitor that everybody can see with a controller, a mouse, a keyboard. All right? And you open up every day with, bring me your shit. They come up there, they plug their shit in. You play it. And then you can give them whatever rating system you want to get. I like the whole thumb thing. Just be like, ah! The fuck out of here! And that's it, Les. That's all you got to do. Build a throne and place that shit in front of everybody. Cross-eyed with Sue. Now, the main thing is, Les, genuinely speaking to you, there's a lot of people that work at Bungie that didn't necessarily have a development background. But they got it there, man, and they have moved up the ladder and they've made great changes to the game. I truly believe this, Les. I actually feel like you would do well at Bungie. Okay? And anyone else here that wants to work at Bungie. I think some of you guys that live and breathe this shit, let me ask you something. Do you think you think the developers know more than you? And when I say you, I don't mean you who just tunes in to Destiny content every now and then. I'm talking about the people that live and breathe this shit. You would be surprised. You would be surprised how well you know this game in comparison. Not to all the developers, but to some of them. And look, you get in there, you learn how to work around the Tiger engine. You'd be amazed, man. You'd be amazed. I would say I know more. Loco, you too. Now, some of you guys that like, y'all feel like y'all can... Look, let me tell you a studio that started hiring their players. You see, I used to play a game called RuneScape. And they brought in all these executives, marketing professionals, and whatnot. And these marketing professionals, they made all these changes. And what happened? It didn't resonate because they weren't players of the game. And what did they have to do? They actually started hiring people out of the community. And even though these people had no development background, they understood the game, hell, better than the developers. And they got in there and they got to cooking. I think the same thing can happen here with Bungie. Some of you guys in here, y'all are saying that this and that should happen. I love it. Go there. Go get hired. Les, I put it to you like this. If you go get hired at Bungie, I'll split rent with you in Bellevue. I mean it. I'm just saying. A pretty good deal. And I ain't even going to be there, but like a month out of the year. You pretty much got the whole place to yourself all the time. What do I want in return? I want you to make Destiny into RuneScape. Less. You fucking get your foot through the door. You do what you have to do. And then you make these changes, God damn it. You hear me? You get in there and you do exactly what I want you to do. This is going to be paid forward all the way to exactly what I want. You too, Loco. No. I'm fucking around right now. Seriously, some of you guys in here, you understand the game very, very well. You understand what makes Destiny magical. If you want to work at Bungie, give it a go, man. Give it a go. See what happens. Loco, you can live with less. I'll split Ritz. I'm going to show up to Bungie and be like, I'm here on behalf of Cross. I don't know if that's going to help you, but sure. They won't hire engineers that can fix the game, so I have no shots. Never know, my man. You never know. Destiny needs good people, my dude. Mojo! With the 25 gifted subs! God damn it. Mojo, you come in here. You throw down your eggplants for this stream. You shake it for us here. God dog it, chat. Can you show them the eggplants? Can you show the one that rains? The ones that's rotating for them? God damn it. If I went to Bungie, I just want to work on the story to bring in magic. Yeah, man. Do it. I know some ideas are not feasible. Oh, only if you think they're not. No. Don't talk yourself out of it. You know what I mean? Oh, no. Nothing kills. Let me go and say this. One of the best things I ever heard from a game director. One time, there was a game director that asked, hey, what are some things that you would like to see in this game, X game? And then immediately he said, before you answer this question, please eliminate any thoughts of what is or isn't feasible. Say what it is you want. Let us worry about the technicals. And I fucking love that. So you say what's feasible and what's not. Don't think like that, Les. You see a vision, hang on to that vision. Get in there. Say what it is that you think is going to improve the game. No, it's not RuneScape. Cross, you see that LSU hired their new head coach? Yeah, isn't that the guy that ditched Mississippi? Or was that Ole Miss? Bev with the 1,500 bits. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're doing well, my man. I hope you're doing well. Also, don't listen. Thank you, Cross, for providing entertainment and help. Cheer me up during depressing times. Also, don't listen unless I love it. But it would bring back the grind. Les, again, I'm just... Look, I tell you this, Les. You and I go way back. If you went and worked at Bungie, and I knew you were the one that made whatever future content that I was about to play, I would, without a doubt, because of our history, give you absolutely no fucking grace. Let me tell you something. That shit don't fucking cook. Les, I will burn you at the fucking cross. You understand? If you go all the way to Bungie and you don't cook, and I played that shit and hit its ass, oh man, you're never gonna hear the end of it. You're never gonna fucking hear it. Everything I play, I'd be like, oh, this is some dog shit, Les. This is some shit. Why are people so adverse to grinding loot in the looter shooter? Loco, I don't know.
Fear nothing, Titan.
Y'all need to go work at Bungie, for real though. Y'all go work at Bungie. Y'all go make these changes. Seriously. Y'all go work at Bungie, make these changes. Come up with some good game modes. Now, I've already given y'all my solutions, but nobody likes to fucking hear it. Destiny 2 is casual. I don't know if it's ever going to get fixed because you can't just take the candy away. But what if you launched another version of Destiny that was more hardcore? Hold up. No, just think about it. What if, say, a Destiny Classic came out and it's a bit more hardcore, a little more in line with that Destiny identity? All right, we'll see how it goes. What if it pops? What if it's great? What if it's the perfect A/B test for future content for Destiny? I would leave D2 so fast. Cross, I'm not playing damn Destiny Classic. Good. You're part of the casual Destiny population. And you can stay over here in Destiny 2 land where everything is handed to you. Everything is on training wheels. Oh, no, there's a little bumper right there. Be careful. Be careful. Go this way. Oh, okay. Oh, big jump. Now get your loot. Oh, you're a good gamer. And then the rest of us can go play goddamn Destiny Classic. I would play it for a week before I realized I'm just tired of Destiny. Then this, I don't know what's going on with you. Every time you speak in this stream, it's some, you know, there's just some sort of crisis with you. I don't. There are some things Destiny's not gonna fix. Okay. I don't know what's going on with your life personally, but Destiny obviously can't fix all these things. Look, seriously, guys, seriously. Y'all go get hired, okay? I need some people on the inside. But for real, if you got good ideas, go get hired. Go get hired. I would put on my resume, let me cook. And then just a big fucking signature with a dick pic. Actually, no dick pic. Don't do that. But look, you go do that shit, get in there and get to cooking. That shit ain't ever getting past the AI review. Les, will you calm down? God, dog it. You act like, man, now you're talking yourself out of it. You know what I mean? That's what happens. People are like, I want to make these changes. And then all of a sudden when it gets down to it, oh, but it did, I don't know. AI is going to stop me. Oh, the old lady doesn't want to live up there. I don't like rainy weather. You know, AI or whatever. 5 years experience needed. Dude, just say, brother. Fuck yeah, just say you worked on some shit. I don't know. Oh, hold on, 5 years. Is that what Bungie's requiring? 5 years needed experience? Dude, say you worked on a game. I got you. Say you worked on Dwarven Realms. I'll get that vouch. I'll be like, yeah, Loco was on that shit. You can just use me as a reference, yeah. I worked on Anthem and Concord. I wouldn't do that, no. I would not say there, no. Just say you played Destiny for 10 years. Yeah. Lie your way into it, that'll work. Look, man, you don't lie, guys. You romanticize the truth. It's much different than lying. And honestly, I appreciate it.
Need something new? Eververse has it.
You massage the facts. All the jobs available are Marathon. I don't want to work on that shit. Really? They're not hiring for Destiny? God, dog it, man. Tell you what, man, Marathon better be fucking fantastic. You hear me? Marathon better be the greatest game ever made. Are you sure, Les? They barely have any Destiny jobs open. Oh, man, just see what's up. I'm just saying, some of you guys, I do believe y'all have some great ideas, truly. And I urge you, go apply. You know, throw that resume in there. Throw that resume in there and how many hours you've been playing Destiny. You always shit on my ideas though, so that's a lie. Les, I want you to go work at Bungie so the Destiny community can shit on your ideas. Or not. The alternative is that your ideas are great and we love it. It's a win-win. It's a fucking win-win right there. I stand with Leslie has good ideas, but some are shit. That's all right. Some are gonna be shit, but you know, but some might be great. You need some great in there. Who knows? Les may be designing a raid at some point in the future. The casual player base would burn me alive for my vision, but I'll tell you what, you're gonna be grinding, replaying this shit, and having all the dopamine in the world. Hashtag gamble. Yeah. Marathon could pop if Arc Raider fatigue sets in around that time. I don't know, man. I don't know if Embark's gonna let fatigue set in. Read the engineering job. They'll impact Destiny. There you go, Les. There you go. The engineering job will impact Destiny. Marathon's playtest next week. I'm hoping to get into that one too. I hope it's good, man. Hope it's good. Hope you guys enjoy it. I have not played Marathon anymore. Yeah. I hope it's good though. March will be the next reset, so big content drop in Arc Raiders? Yes. Which is also supposed to be when Marathon drops. Most devs on Marathon are old Destiny devs, so if they want to bring them back, they need to fill those spots with new people. There's a lot of people working on Marathon that have only worked on Marathon. Like a lot. That never worked on Destiny. You can't judge it based on... These are people you'll never see in a Vidoc. Or maybe you will see them in a future Vidoc, but you have not seen them in a Vidoc. You cannot judge it based on the Vidoc that you saw with Christopher Baird and that crew 2 years ago. You tell me you spent a week at Bungie and just played Destiny 2? Yeah, right? Yeah. Brother, this is my only focus. I don't go to Bungie to talk about anything else but Destiny. There's like one time we went and fucked around with Marathon for a day. But right now, with what's happening with Destiny, that's my entire focus. I was waking up in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., jotting down ideas, hoping that this might bring greatness back to Destiny. I ain't thinking about Marathon. Look, that's not me saying I'm not rooting for Marathon. I hope Marathon does good. But my allegiance has always been to Destiny. You know, I think Destiny is, of all the things like Bungie should invest in hardcore, Destiny is it. Destiny is it, man. I don't know, man. Hopefully we get into next year. We'll see. We'll see. If we get into look. This next 6-month time frame for Destiny could be the greatest recovery of all time. Bungie could pop Renegades. Marathon could roll out in March and absolutely pop. Whatever the shadow update's supposed to be for Destiny. Maybe that pops and into the next annual expansion. And who knows? Maybe next year in July or whatever, Marathon is out there, deemed one of the greatest extraction shooters ever made. Subsequently, Destiny is thriving. We'll see. Focus. I wish I knew as much as you think I know. Do you truly believe that Sony's prepared more in Destiny as prepared to invest more in Destiny as a franchise? I mean, in your heart? I don't know. You got me, man. I have no idea what Sony thinks. At some point, though, you have to realize what you're risking here. You're not just risking just some other game. You're risking the whole reason why you bought the studio to begin with. That franchise. And even though in the short term, revenue may look all right, it may be bridging the gap for your other games to be created. It may look good on your live service catalog, even though it's bleeding players. As those numbers continue to deplete, you got to realize that the franchise is at risk. Sony would absolutely support a D3. They kind of have to. The thing about Sony that scares me with them is just, I don't know. Again, I don't really know exactly what their split is on how they view Destiny versus Marathon. You know what I mean? This man actually plays games. Get the gaming, gamer man. Does this not look like gaming? Look at this. I'm right here. I'm hanging with my boy Carl. I'm sorry. Is this not your version of gaming? I don't know, 6. I miss when this was a gaming channel. Stick around, Rockets. If Destiny ends up, you know, complete and going kaput and it dies off, brother, it's going to be politics. Here we come. That's the next meta. Oh, yes. Hell yeah. The next stage. Please no. All right. That's a good note to end it on. Guys, y'all been great. This is a shorter stream from us today. We did start a bit earlier, but this is a shorter stream from us. I've got to go take care of some things this afternoon. Tomorrow, we shall return. We will be live first thing in the morning. We will be playing Renegades. I need you all to be prepared. Finish up your last bounties. Eat your final meals. Make love to your wives. Tomorrow, we're going to see whether or not this game is going to survive. And that may become apparent within the first hour. Maybe as the day unfolds. We'll see. We shall see. Lightsabers go burr. I will say, the lightsaber does fuck. Oh yeah, and we also are getting 300 vault slots tomorrow. Which is why I'm not deleting shit. I'm fucking good. We good, boys. We good. What's how much space? Oh, we're fine. We're fine. We're about to have so many spots. I'm going to keep everything, brother. Everything. Fuck yeah, dude. Everything. I'm going to fucking keep it all. You lied on your vault cleanse. We got carried away today, man. By the way, again, like I said earlier, if you want to work at Bungie, go apply, dude. See what happens. The armor set bonus literally don't give me a reason to farm any new armor. Maybe, Loco. Maybe. We'll know tomorrow, guys. My hope for tomorrow is that the narrative rolls out strong and it's a good, solid story. Then after that, it's going to be prepping for the dungeon, experiencing the new sandbox. We'll see how it all plays out. Anyways, guys, y'all have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. I'll see you in the next one. Bye, everybody.